Yo, what up, David? Grungy, Jazz, XYZ, Sibu, Mangle with the 40 months. Oh my goodness, Mangle. You are too kind. Welcome in. Yo, Mystic Sparkle, first one in chat. That's why Mystic Sparkle is my GOAT right there. Shout out Mystic Sparkle. Bang, done. What up, Yaz? Grungy, Acoustic. What's up, everybody? Today's the day. Today's the day. We're going to be live for too many hours. We're going to be live for too many hours. I'm going to be chained to this chair for the next like 6 hours. Hey, North Star, what I needed was the Elite Charge TM. And I got the Elite Charge TM. Well, at least I got the research for it. That's what I want. I don't need the Araquanid, but the Charge TM I need badly. I need bug types. Oh, there are some bug types here. Let's go. Yo, appreciate you, David. Hope you're doing well. What up, Sylvia? What up, Turd? Spidey. Ooh. I would do Lunala. 15 TMs to... Oh! I didn't even see the 15 TMs. That's huge. Hello, chat. We're here. We're here. It's time. Are you ready? I am ready. I've been born ready. This is the first Pokemon Go tournament on the official circuit that has a limited meta. So let's take a look at this meta, folks. At number one in usage, 61.9%, honestly lower than I thought, is Oranguru. Gyarados 56.4, Turtonator at 50.2, Dugong at 49.4, and then look at the fall off. A 23-point gap between Dugong and Runerigus. This is a meta built around Titans. There is the big four, and there's everyone else. You know what Pokemon is still underused in this meta, though? Number 6, Medicham. I posted a video this morning. This is my pick to win the entire tournament. Medicham is too strong in this meta. Medicham is winning. Then Runerigus, below my big fat head, there's Matang at 24.5%. And then a bunch of frauds. Dusknoir, Gudra, Bronzong, Altaria, and Celio. None of that is needed. Why am I seeing Incinerate Turtonator? Great question. If people are afraid of Medicham, the Medicham matchup is substantially better. I think that is a genuine, legit reason to run Incinerate Turtonator, is if otherwise you are too weak to Medicham. Because the Medicham matchup, like, Medicham's surge in popularity is like the first big negative for Ember. But I'm still running the fuck out of Ember in GBL, and I'm 3262 right now, so Ember works. My favorite mon in the meta? Probably Medicham. Ooh, we got our first match of the day. Pedro AC07 versus LNDS Bremano. Pedro has Oranguru, Dugong, Gyarados, Medicham, Runerigus, and Turtonator. For LNDS Bremano, it's Gyarados, Dugong, Runerigus, a Matang, Turtonator, and Oranguru. Yeah, Leo, I was expecting the top usage to be a lot higher. So, as we analyze these teams, you're going to notice in just about every matchup, there should be 4 to 5 of the same Pokemon. And this is actually really exciting because what this meta does is this is a meta where it's an extremely flexible meta if you run the good Mons. All of the good Mons have very neutral matchups into each other. Like Oranguru technically beats Dugong, but Dugong can soft lose it, set up farm for something else. It's an energy meta. Switch advantage doesn't matter in this meta if you're running the right stuff. Yo, what up, Temez? 5 subs for a shot? Oh, God. A shot of coffee, because I have coffee. I am really high on Medicham. Fun fact, Axon tweeted out his Medicham is coming to LAIC with his Medicham plush. I knew he was up to no good. He brought Medicham because he knows it's good. He knows it's good. Yo, what's up, Shira? Let me get a shout out for Shira. The biggest thing about this meta is people who... Oh, shit. People who are used to playing for alignment are going to struggle in this meta a lot. This is all energy management. Switch advantage almost never matters. It's all about energy advantage because everything is flexible into everything. Like Dugong into Gyarados. Like, this matchup is very fine for Gyarados in the zeros. A high rank Gyarados actually forces Dugong to throw twice. Because if Dugong tries to farm down after Icy Winding, a high rank Gyarados like mine gets 2 crunches and an Aqua Tail, and the Aqua Tail actually knocks out. So this is a very okay matchup. Ooh, Icy Wind catch onto the Dugong. So this right here is what I'm very excited about. Is there's almost no variety in the teams, and I think that's really. Oh, we see a switch of an Ember Turret into Dugong. That was unfortunate timing from Pedro. And in this matchup, you want to be throwing Dragon Claws. Obviously, this is the first match of the day, so as we go on, the battlers will typically get more and more accomplished. Yo, New School with the prime sub. Yo, you are too kind. Thank you for supporting the content, New School. Welcome in. Here's the spray. Sylvia with the stream streak as well. But what I think makes this meta amazing is the fact that in this meta, it's not about the mons you bring, it's about how you play them. Because the mons are basically always going to be the same. Like in this matchup, Pedro is unfortunately misplaying quite a bit by going for Brutal Swing instead of going for the Dragon Claw. So this matchup, while it's like Ember Turtonator can soft lose this a lot better if it's not going for the Brutal Swings. Yo, we got Mark with the prime. Yo, thank you so much. Let me get those sprays going too. But that's why I think this meta is so sick. Is because it's not about who brought the right team to the tournament, because every team is the same. It's about who plays better, and it's extremely flexible. Now you're basically forced into bringing in your own Dugong and going for Ice Shard down. I don't think you ever shield this, but unfortunately, Pedro's misplay of the mid game does backfire quite a bit in terms of the Dugong exited pretty healthy. In comes the Gary. Aqua Tail doesn't knock out here, but this will come down to how well he's been counting. Okay, he does put up the shield. Yo, Stuffy with the 10 months. Yo, thank you so much for supporting the content, Stuffy. I appreciate you. We got a hype train going on Twitch. Thank you so much, Twitch chatters. We had NRMPM with a bunch of PMs after that with the follow. Thank you so much. Yeah, Driftlord. I prefer Ember. I know other people prefer Incinerate, but I prefer Ember personally. Just debuffed Aqua Tail. So that's not going to be a problem at all. The thing I have heard about this tournament is a lot of the top seeds are doing very well. And usually when the top seeds are doing well, that is, and this is America. Oh, yo, what's up, Turbo? You lose the fast move push with Ember, but it turns it into a lightning fast pacing demon. So it becomes a lot more like energy management focused. And that leans into what I'm good at, basically. I don't like, I'm all about like not playing for Switch and trying to like generate energy advantage to flip matchups. We'll need a catch here. Ah, no catch comes through. Yep, that's going to be a game 1 win for Bremano. For Dialap, how Palasha is doing. I believe Palasha is in a very late group, Sylvia, because this tournament is so big. There's over I think they had 360 signups. So there's a top 32, I think. So the groups are so spread out throughout the day that I don't think Palasha's day has begun. Wait, I looked away for 2 seconds. I looked away for 2 seconds. I thought this game was over, but Dugong clutched it. What happened? Oh, that's how. That's how. Yeah, he threw that. He threw that. He had tried to defer the fact. Yeah, he threw that. No. No. Bremano, no. He had a guaranteed win condition by staying in with the Dugong. But by switching when he did, he lost the Dragon Breath because Switch takes a turn, and that's what lost him the game. But it's a very important thing of, like, how you play the game matters so much more in this meta than the line you pick. Like, we will see many times today players play for alignment and it bite them in the ass. Okay, you going into Gyarados. Again, this is a situation where you want to check the Gyarados IVs. Like the Gyarados that I run. Let me pull it up here. The Gyarados that I run is a 0-14-13. And I can always make the third move. Switching out after getting the debuff is a bit of a surprise because the debuff actually makes that matchup really calm. The debuff lands, out comes the Turtonator, and this matchup is just hellish. Like, Oranguru already can't do any damage in this matchup, and it just gets so substantially worse with the Icy Wind debuff. Like, look at that Brutal Swing. That's just pathetic damage. If you're the Turtonator, you want to throw this charge stack, and then you want to not throw the next one until Bremano is almost at a third. Because I guess like, Bremano will throw here. You're never going to shield, but you always want to do 5 Embers and then the Brutal Swing to maximize the damage while the Oranguru is debuffed on the field. Because if Bremano stays, then yeah, like he only does 2 instead of 5. If you go to the bracket, you should be able to you should be able to just like search for it. Yeah, I just set it up to play random like hype music. So Spotify's popping off right now. I had told it to play music like the battle, and I'm not mad at it. Ooh, good catch by Bremano. But it's Gary. And now your Psyshocks do no damage. Like, Psyshock does, like, a very, very respectable chunk. The shield goes up. Yeah, we can tell in this early round that like, we're definitely seeing more inexperienced players. Yeah, Programmer Man, I'm a big fan of that. But yeah, this is, even despite the misplays, this is completely Pedro's game to win. The big thing that Pedro has to do is not shield this Psyshock. Yeah, because it's debuffed. That is a good play by Pedro. Where does Firo fall? I've seen some people use Firo. I'm not a personal big believer in it, but I see why it's enticing. I think in the flyer role, it's very hard to bench Gyarados, and I think you just always let this go, yeah. It all comes down to mental math, Stuffy. It all comes down to mental math. Is keeping track of your energy and your opponent's energy. Pedro, I think, should be able to farm down. Yeah, he can farm down. Oh, no DRE for him. No DRE for him. Batang gets KO'd. Pedro takes the win. Nah, we don't need calculators. All right, next matchup. Ooh, DHC is really good. DHC is really good. You can still get the Twitch drops, yes. DHC is really good. That's a Rapidash. I'm sorry. Yo, what's up, TMA? There's a fucking Rapidash on my screen. Yo, Jason with the raid. Yo, Jason, my goat. I hope you had a fantastic Cuphead stream. Welcome in, Jason and Jason viewers. Let me get a shout out for my goat, Jason. How's LAIC looking? Pretty sick. I mean, it's a meta with very little variety, says the man who has a Rapidash on his screen. But there's very little variety, but it's extremely skill intensive. It's extremely skill intensive. Yeah, DHC has Gyarados, Dugong, Turtonator, Oranguru, Dust Noir, and Rapidash. And Destroyer has Oranguru, Turtonator, Gudra, Dugong, and 2 other mons that I can't see because they left the screen. Oh, that's awesome, Sylvia. I don't even think Togekiss was on the top 12 graphic, yeah. Galarian Rapidash? I don't think Galarian Rapidash is good in this meta. I think what's good in this meta is very well defined. Alright, Gyarados did a Dugong. Yo, the final boss of the 15 stream streak. Yo, appreciate you, man. It'll be intriguing to see what moveset the Rapidash has, because that'll depend on what it'll like. Obviously, it's not brought here, which makes quite a bit of sense. Because I do think where this meta is at its strongest is just running the same shit as everyone else and just playing better. Because if you try and run weird shit, you open yourself up to a lot of RPS. And the meta is intentionally built around Oranguru being a neutral demon. That's why they banned everything that beat Oranguru. Like the Sand Slashers of the world, the everything. Ooh, I love the yeah. But like, I love this. It's all about the energy management. It's all about who gets the energy advantage. So DHC gets up energy on Gyarados. So we got Dugong Gyarados. Now we got Gyarados Dugong. And we'll have to take a look at the final Pokemon in the back. It's dueling Turtonators. Like, this shit to me is cinema. I love this so much. Because there's an insane amount of skill expression when everything is the same in a flexible meta. Important caveat, in a flexible meta. Yeah, I do agree with Programmer Man that I think Rapidash and GBL, the fact that it's a closed team sheet format is a lot better, where it's open team sheet so you know what moves are coming, and that would probably make it lose some of its effectiveness. Oh, doesn't get it. That's tragic for DHC. Normally Gyarados gets that, but by switching it into a Gyarados versus Gyarados, oh, the catch on a Turtonator. Yo, Sven with the 5 stream streak. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Yo, what up, Jaron? Oh, they're both Ember. My heart. I love Ember Turtonator. But the tricky thing is Destroyer is not only debuffed, but already rapidly approaching Dragon Claw range. Dragon Claw does about 65%. I'd say 70 if you have a shit Turtonator. And I would assume most people do not have great Turtonators. So in the mirror, you can survive one. Incinerate is the play. Hey, that's fair. Everyone's going to have their own opinions. Having played it a lot for like factions and whatnot with helping people prepare, I am so Team Ember. See, Jason, I'm the opposite. If I see Incinerate, I'm celebrating because I know it's going to be an easier battle. Oh, tries for the combo, doesn't let him get it. And he loses all that energy. I mean, Togekiss crushes Ember Turt, but I'm not worried about Togekiss. I'm worried about the rest of the Mons. DHC still not being in Dragon Claw range is really nice. The shield goes up because Destroyer has way more pressure on him here because Dragon Claw will actually knock him out. He will have the ability to potentially catch after this next charge stack comes out. Oh my goodness! DHC! The full undercharge from Destroyer. He knew he needed 2 charge attacks. That's why he went for the Brutal Swing. But that's too much of an undercharge. Oh, wait. Actually, it could be... Oh, my God. Oh, no! He panicked! He panicked! He could have farmed down! He literally had the perfect undercharge, but he second-guessed it. He second-guessed it. And that costs him the game. Because Dragon Claw KOs Destroyer, it doesn't KO DHC. Oh, no. He could have stayed in and got the perfect 8 Ember farm down. He still would have needed a catch, but he would have had it. Oh, man, that's heartbreaking. He had the literal perfect undercharge there. I was worried about it, but then I was like, holy shit, no, this is actually perfect. He's trying to Ember things down. The entire goal of Turtonator is you're never farming, like at least on Ember, you're never farming anything down. But you have such insanely fast pacing that you can make life hell for so many different Pokemon. He did think he was on the 4 cycle, yeah. All right, Gyarados versus Dugong again. But this is why this meta is so sick. Because we get an exact run back. DHC ended up taking home the win because Destroyer misplayed. So now it's up to Destroyer to try and make adjustments. My favorite thing about playing on the leaderboards is you play the same people and you play rematches again and again. And it's all about how you adjust. If Jason's still here, he can attest. It's incredibly fun to try and figure that out. Because you're basically trying to solve a matchup. Crunch is going to land. And again, now it's playing out in the inverse, where Destroyer makes the play that DHC made. The Dugong does not have a charge attack banked, but it's pretty close for Destroyer. Crunch is going to connect. No debuff comes through. But again, with that little bit of Dragon Breath damage, that's actually a difference maker between Gyarados making a third charge attack in this matchup or not. It is also just in that straight up matchup and IV check. Oh, tries to cap tie. DHC not going to fall for it. And DHC is just going to put up the shield. Ooh, Destroyer tried to get a little technical, but it backfires because DHC read the play. Gets that farm down. And now he exits. He is down. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. Yo, it's a Mahi Man. You don't really want to bring in the Dugong because then you have no ability to reset a debuff. This is always a no shield. Yeah, that is a good call by Destroyer. Dugongs will always bait first in this matchup. But the VGC equivalent is, if you can think about really glassy Pokemon in the video game, and a lot of the times they'll run something called a Focus Sash, which basically means they cannot get one shot. The Turtonator Mirror, you can kind of visualize it in a very similar way to a Focus Sash, where if you're at full health, you could always tank a Dragon Claw and you're never going to be farmed down, whether it's Incinerate, whether it's Ember. Oh, DHC! He does get there! Oh my goodness! He does get there barely. But if you've taken a little bit of damage on your Turtonator, that's basically the equivalent of your Focus Sash being gone. Suddenly, you're in range of getting knocked out by one charge attack. And now DHC, this isn't Brutal Swing range, but he can successfully bait with the Brutal Swings. Was that DRE? I would have to watch it back. DHC shields up. Wins charge attack priority. Brutal Swing does not knock out here. Yo, you got this, Stuffy. And this will do around 65 to 70%. Oh, there's the snipe. So Destroyer did bank the charge attack before switching out. I thought he was one off, but he did do the extra Ice Shard to bank it from earlier. That takes the knockout. And that wins the game. So let's go back here and look at, someone asked if something was DRE earlier. It was the Gyarados making the move. No, it wasn't DRE. He just lived it on 1 HP. Yo, what's up, Burden? You can't get the drops here, but what I would recommend is if you're on your PC, just have a separate tab up and then just like minimize it. That's what I oftentimes do. Is I just have the tab up running in like a separate tab, and then it ends up making it a lot better. But that's part of like being able to navigate the Turtonator Mirror is a very important part of this meta, because whether you're Incinerate or Ember, both are double resistant, right? Because it's a fire dragon. So you're never going to be able to fast move it into range. So it's all about how do you get that little bit of extra damage. Mahiman, I would recommend trying something like Dugong or Rangaroo Medi. All right, Dugong versus Dugong. A perfect mirror again. I love games like this. Oh my god, this is so good. This is so good. Like, this meta, I think if it was like an entire season meta, it would get very old very quickly. Things to note about the Dugong mirror. You can choose to run a very defense-weighted Dugong to actually reduce your opponent's Ice Shard damage from 3 to 2. Yo, what's up, Yakai? However, it looks like neither of these trainers are running it. You can, in the mirror, even if you don't have the Slayer, Icy Wind. Icy Wind is going to put the damage from 3 to 2. By switching in the Gyarados, this is a bit of an interesting choice from Destroyer, as now this energy from the Dugong, which wouldn't have gone very far into the Dugong, goes very far into the Gyarados. So it's a play that genuinely surprises me quite a bit. And -1 Crunch will not take the knockout. But DHC has to decide, Dugong is his best ability to absorb Dugong energy. When does he want to use his shields? So he's going to be no shielding, saving the energy, and out comes Gyarados. A Crunch will be reached by Destroyer. DHC can decide to throw if he wants to deny that energy. This is a debuffed Crunch, but Gyarados is a very frail Pokemon. So how do you decide to play it? DHC puts up the shield, and DHC is going to get a full farm down. Now, as DHC, do you decide to throw instantly, anticipating the Dugong to throw right away? No. DHC is going to go for good timing, and that means that this Crunch is now going to be at -1. Icy Wind will connect. That's substantial damage onto that Gyarados. Gyarados has a ton of energy available, but at -1, suddenly this energy has dramatically lower efficacy. So this Crunch will land. Not going to be a problem for the Dugong whatsoever. Switch timer not yet up for DHC. DHC going to pivot out. In comes the Turtonator. I wonder if a pivot to Dugong may have been a bit more optimal. As the energy is saved, it's now going to be at full power, but this is a lot of health lost on Turtonator. And again, there's a Briggsy swap from Destroyer, but again, it's that Focus Sash analogy. Suddenly, DHC is in range of getting knocked out by a Dragon Claw, whereas Destroyer doesn't have the shield, and Destroyer knows it. So Destroyer is going to no shield. Heavy damage. It looks like they reworked it to be not the entire screen, which is really nice. Brutal Swing is very close to knocking out here, so I don't mind Destroyer putting up the shield. Dragon Claw will be needed to take the knockout. DHC switch timer not yet available. Farming up just shy of 100 energy, and DHC with the immediate no shield. DHC does have a charge attack banked on that Dugong. The Dugong is very low, but it does have energy. Gyarados has a charge stack as well, but chooses not to throw it. That's the second time that DHC has not tried to go for a CMP tie, and I feel like both times it's ended up backfiring. In comes the Dugong. Dugong gonna take some pretty substantial damage from the Crunch. The no shield from Destroyer. Crunch will not knock out, but it is going to be getting this Dugong very low. Can Gyarados get the Dragon Breath down? It looks like the answer is yes. DHC pivots out, and I wonder if that is a misplay. The instant no shield from Destroyer, but could have stayed in and farmed down. Oh, this is the first time they have ever done it, Burden. Turtonator. Oh my goodness. He's undercharging. He's undercharging. Dugong hangs on. But yeah, he just knew. He just knew. He just didn't have the HP. Yeah, that Ice Shard KOing was unfortunate. See, I was expecting him to stay and farm down, but he ended up throwing. So it wasn't quite the line that I saw, but Turt couldn't get the double up that it needed, and that cost him the game. All right, Nixx versus Hungry Wolfpack. We have Celio instead of Dugong. Gudra, Matang, Runerigus, Oranguru, and Gyarados. And for Hungry Wolfpack, oh, our first Medi sighting of the day. Big Medicham fan here. Yeah, I agree, Yakai, yeah. But as we continue to progress, obviously we are going to be... So, Medicham, I'm a really big fan of. Vespiquen is, like, extreme anti-Oranguru tech. And unfortunately, I didn't get... Okay, here we go. Yeah, so Medicham, Vespiquen, Turtonator, Gyarados, Oranguru, and Dugong. But I'm a huge fan of Medi because, like, look into this team and tell me, what is the bad matchup for Medicham? Allegedly, it's Runerigus, but Runerigus has no charge attack pressure into Medicham, so that matchup is still fine. Matang is still largely okay. That's very funny, Mayu, man. Like, this is why Medicham as an idea is very safe, because it doesn't really have any bad matchups. I'm a bit surprised to see no Medicham bring, but this is a nice lead for Hungry Wolfpack. Medi Matang matchup, I'd say slightly favors the Matang, but it's still not bad. It's still not bad. The shield comes up from Nixx very early. Goes Gyarados. Interesting decision to throw the energy here. Could have banked the energy and gone Dugong, but instead just choosing to get this energy out of the way, and now in comes the Dugong. This is actually a bit of an annoying farm down because the Gyarados will make 2 crunches if the farm down is attempted and switch timers are misaligned. So Hungry Wolfpack gonna be no shield in the first. Hungry Wolfpack could potentially decide to throw just to deny this energy, like right here-ish. So Hungry Wolfpack is not going to throw. Hungry Wolfpack is just going for the full farm with Dugong. This crunch does not knock out. Oh, matchup knowledge. Let's go. Okay. Matchup knowledge. Let's go. That's the other thing about this meta. Shield management is extremely important. And as we see it played at a progressively higher and higher level, like it is an extremely fun watch. Drill Run lands. That's very big damage. Ooh, the charge attack priority tie. Nixx now going to pressure a shield out of Dugong if it wants this energy, and Dugong does. Dugong trying to get rid of this Matang. It's going to be the Goodra in the back, and the biggest problem with Goodra is Goodra just doesn't really have a lot of charge attack pressure in neutral matchups. Goodra does offer a lot of bulk, which is very valuable in this meta, but he's just going to pivot into the Oranguru, and there's not really a whole lot that Goodra can do here. There's still Gyarados for a little bit of Dragon Breath pressure as well, but for Oranguru, things are looking pretty solid. Aqua Tail comes out from the Goodra. Thunder Punch does do slightly more damage, but if you can get to 3 charge attacks, then Aqua Tail would be preferred as opposed to 2 Thunder Punches. These confusions, they don't do a ton because obviously there's a lot of bulk on the side of Goodra, but with the brutal swings landing as well, it just makes it progressively more and more difficult for our good friend Goodra. There's still Dugong Ice Shard pressure. There's still Gyarados fast move pressure. A lot of the time in this meta, what I found to be a winning strategy is basically never letting things get farmed down. And that's what Hungry Wolfpack did. Consistently switching out of matchups because it is all an energy game. It's all an energy game. That confusion registering helps Hungry Wolfpack quite a bit. But obviously, there's still Dragon Breath. There's still Ice Shards that can go through as well. The Aqua Tail will take the knockout. Yeah, in comes the Dugong. You just do 2 then switch. Oh! Oh, no! Oh, no! I didn't think Goodra was living that. Hold up. Oh, Dugong takes it. Dugong takes it. Oh, my goodness. I didn't think Goodra was taking that. Hungry Wolfpack wins. Very well played game by Hungry Wolfpack there. But holy, that was close. On a razor's edge. Yeah, you can tell that. Let's go back. He's like, holy shit, bro. He's stressed, and I can't blame him. I can't blame him. What a game. What a game. See, this is so much better than OGL. When it's like, oh, wow, there's a Basti on an Altaria. That shit is boring as hell. Yo, what up, Shivs? This is exciting. It's constant mirror matches. Yo, if y'all haven't checked out Shivs, he is a newer GBL streamer. Very fun watch. Someone who has picked up the game pretty recently and is already like expert pushing, which is insanely fast learning curve. Yeah, David, I think this meta is substantially better without shadows. So the GBL version, unfortunately, is worse than the version they're playing here. But oh man, it's such a beautiful meta. It's such a beautiful meta. I'm surprised Hungry Wolfpack didn't end up CMP tying there, because normally CMP tying there allows you basically the perfect switch out into Dugong, but he didn't end up going for it. Instead, he ends up throwing here. This brutal swing will not knock out. I'm surprised to see the shield from Nixx. Oh, this is just Vespi insane farm. He pivots Celio, but I think you just farm up to the Water Pulse and then switch out. Because Dugong is going to do a really nice job of walling this energy. Yeah. Yep. You just get out. Sorry, not Water Pulse, Surf. Drizzle, they haven't fixed it by now, so I assume they're going to stay, unfortunately. Which is a shame because the meta is better without them. But I assume by the fact that they haven't fixed it, that they coded it in a way that, like, shadows are hellishly annoying to try and ban. Ooh, getting the knockout here is very nice. Now, the final Pokemon, Nixx has still yet to reveal it. So we know it's Matang. Hungry Wolfpack does not know it yet. But Vespi is really solid into Matang. So we should see an attempted switch out here shortly. Gonna stay and go for a drill run first. And the catch by Nixx. Nixx trying to claw his way back into this game. And that's a good way to start. Utilizing that Oranguru that he pivoted out of as a damage sponge. Back in comes the Matang. Hungry Wolfpack staying in. Psyshock being thrown here. This is very close to knocking out. This is very close to knocking out. I think Dugong, yeah, it should. Okay, it just does take that KO. What is this meta? Yo, Aiden, this is the LAIC meta. This is the LAIC meta that's going on right now. Oh yeah, Mark. Because you typed d.va, it thought it was a link, and automod is set up to remove links, so that's why automod deleted that message, because d.va, it interpreted it as a link. Yeah, so if you retype the message with a space between like d dot space va, then you should be fine. Going for the gyro, but guess what? Gyro is just not a particularly great move. Vespi doubles up, and Hungry Wolfpack takes the win. Yeah. Vespi, I think, is better than it's given credit for. I definitely think it's better than it's given credit for. Ooh, holy elite matchup. For those who don't know, Jaco Loco, regional champion, Vrello on the right side. Like, I think Vespi is a more, like, anytime you go anti-meta in this cup, you're risking more RPS. But Vito was second at LAIC last year. Vito is who lost to Marto in that incredible finals in which the Galarian Moltres Brave Bird just missed the knockout onto a Azumarill, and it was like the best ending to an IC we've ever seen. So Vito is a force to be reckoned with. Vito's team is as follows: Turtonator, Dusknoir, Oranguru, Togekiss, and Altaria. Now, Altaria, I have my doubts on. I am not an Altaria believer. Jaco has Vespi, Medi, Turtonator, Dugong, Oranguru, and Gyarados. Count me as a proud Altaria disbeliever. I think you could just put Gyarados instead of Altaria, and Gyarados just does what it does better. Like, the Altaria idea is that it wins Oranguru zeros, but Gyarados can already do that, though. Gyarados can already do that. Like, because, like, I've tried Altaria. Because, like, I help people do a lot of scrims and test things before tournaments because they know that I play at a decently high level, but I never compete, so I'm a safe person to, like, run scrims with. Jaco, I think, is, like, 17, 18. Jaco's pretty young. Jaco's pretty young. My recollection is Jaco and Thorn are a very similar age. Because I remember when they met in, like, Turtonator has been in raids, has been in research tasks as well. I know in research tasks, they are guaranteed to be low enough. And they also spawn at regional championships. That's how I got my rank 4 Turtonator. Here we go. Ooh, Turtonator Into the Gyarados, that's not what you want to see. Togekiss answered with the Dugong, and this is where Togekiss can actually shine, as Togekiss does have the ability to threaten massive super effective damage onto the Dugong, especially with an energy advantage. Aura Sphere lands, Dugong gets absolutely shredded. Dugong will have to throw on alignment here or risk getting outpaced. Jaco knows it, so he does put up. Oh, the shield comes out from Vrello. So Jaco knew that he had to throw there, otherwise he risked the Togekiss outpacing. But now Vito can throw 4 in the move, and then throw 1 in the move. So this is Togekiss flipping this matchup incredibly effortlessly. As Jaco, I think you kind of just have to let this go. Switch advantage matters a lot less in this meta than shield advantage. The Togekiss has been debuffed. The only source of fast move pressure he has into this Pokemon is Oranguru. Vito will fire off this Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere is a very efficient charge attack, but it is at -1 of attack, so its efficiency is quite a bit lower. Oranguru, can this second Confusion take the knockout? It does! Vrello, if he could have survived, could have made another Aura Sphere, and now out comes Turtonator. This is the Incinerate variant. In comes Gyarados. Gyarados going to be chipped down with a Brutal Swing. Brutal Swing, not a particularly strong attack, but the shield comes out as Gyarados is very, very frail. Now Vrello can send out the Dusknoir, but Dusknoir is so far behind. This is not where Dusknoir wants to be. This is the non-Shadow Dusknoir, but even the non-Shadow Dusknoir will take massive damage from the crunch. The shield comes up from Vrello. It's a 20% chance to get a defense drop. Will we see it here? We do! The shake of the head from Vrello. That's not what he was hoping to see. And suddenly, this Dusknoir may as well be Shadow for the amount of damage it's going to take. Crunch lands. Dusknoir gets one shot, and that's going to be a game 1 win to Jaco Loco. That's the risk of shielding the first. A 20% chance at the debuff. It comes through, and that's very tragic for Vrello. Aqua Tail will not knock out here, but the damage has already been done. In comes Oranguru. Oranguru with the combo play, firing off the Brutal Swing. The reason that Vrello didn't throw the energy on the Noir is he just knew it was over once that debuff happened. Altaria good in this cup? I don't think Altaria is nearly as good. No. I think Altaria is a lot more alignment dependent. I'm not an Altaria truther. I am Metacham's strongest soldier, though. Okay. Oh, Oranguru into Noir. The save switch into the Togekiss once again answered with the Dugong. And I think as Jaco, you probably feel pretty comfortable playing out the Zeros because you know the Zeros are a shielding scenario that you win. And part of the reason why Jaco was able to win that game was he just went for energy, and energy is just very, very valuable. Again, Vito with this line is very, very soft to the Gyarados once Togekiss is off the field because it's Noir and Altaria. So Vito will overfarm, but I'm anticipating we're going to see an instant no-shield from Jaco. Yes. Jaco had to think about it game 1, doesn't have to think about it game 2. He knows this is just the correct play, absorb energy on the Oranguru, and then just 2-shield the Gyarados, as Gyarados is it's the sweeper. It is what you want your shields to go to. In comes the Oranguru. Confusion goes through as Aura Sphere comes out from the Togekiss, and this should set up the exact same 2 Confusion. Farm down, but he snipes with the Gyarados. He does take the peck, so a little bit of HP is lost, but he does get a small energy head start. This head start means he will be able to outpace the Noir. He can throw the Crunch instantly, but he is actually prioritizing keeping a lot of energy because energy will be very important. Throwing that charge attack immediately would have been perfect timing, but sometimes holding your energy can also be extremely valuable. Oh my goodness. He has the Crunch plus the Aqua Tail. It's a 50-50. Vito has to make the call. He no-shields. Crunch lands. Goodbye, Dusknoir. And all that's left in the back is the Altaria. And Altaria's Dragon Breath damage lets it down in this matchup. Before the Dragon Breath rework, when his parameters were flipped and it was more damage-focused, this would be a relatively easy farm down. Crunch gets the shield. In comes Oranguru, and Oranguru is going to start spamming out Brutal Swings. Brutal Swings actually do very, very little damage to the Altaria. So this switch out may potentially open the door for Vrello. Vrello's Dragon Breaths, however, are not doing much, and he's shaking his head. He knows he's in trouble because the Gyarados should be guaranteed to a minimum make an Aqua Tail, and the Aqua Tail plus the Dragon Breaths are just going to be too much damage. Jaco Loco puts up the shield here, trying to maximize as much confusion damage as possible. Even if this Brutal Swing isn't reached, it will force the Altaria to throw energy, and that's what's going to allow this Gyarados to win the game. Altaria gets the Sky Attack. It loses Charge Attack priority, and Jaco Loco, a rare smile on stage as he knows this game is over. Brutal Swing lands. That's Charge Attack priority to the Sky Attack. Sky Attack will be knocking out the Oranguru, but it's Gyarados winning the day. Vrello continually bringing ABA Flyer, but it's the Flyer that he does not have. Gyarados securing the series for Jaco Loco, 2-0. Very well played by Jaco. An incredibly good example of switch advantage doesn't matter in this cup at all. It's all about energy. And he just consistently took the energy, and the energy was better. Ooh. Basti and Granillo. Basti, I believe it was a previous LAIC. Basti made it super, super far. Let me look up Basti on Dracoviz. I'm going to Dracoviz his ass real quick. Yeah, he was third at LAIC 2024. So Basti has had some pretty nice results in the past. Better hope Axon isn't watching when you call yourself Medi Strongest Soldier. I am Medi Strongest Soldier. Medi is so sick in this cup. Basti does not have a Togekiss, but has Togetic. Togetic has substantially more bulk, but has far worse charge attacks. That is the trade-off there. Is Togetic is way like more easily able to absorb the energy, but that does come at a pretty significant cost. And that cost just is the fact that you get absolutely like you don't have nearly the same coverage. Like Psyshock or Sphere is unreal coverage, but you're way glassier, so like you can actually get confusion down, whereas Togetic does not get confusion down really. Let's see if we can get these teams back on the screen. Okay. Oranguru, Togetic, Turtonator, Matang, Runerigus, and Dugong. A rare non-Gyarados team. And Granillo has Turtonator, Oranguru, Gyarados, Runerigus, Matang, and Dugong. Yo, what's up, because any advice for a team for a legend push? I think genuinely for the whatchamacallit, the like championship series cup, the team that you run matters a lot less than just knowing the matchups and being able to play around it. But a team that one of my fastest teammates hit legend with was Dugong, Oranguru, Matang. I think that's a very solid team. As well, it was Dugong, Oranguru, Metacham is also an option for those who don't have Matang, because I know Matang is a Pokemon that not everyone has. Okay, game number 1. Here we go. Dugong into Oranguru. This matchup is actually a very neutral matchup. Oranguru is typically able to emerge victorious, but what makes this matchup feel awkward as the Oranguru player, oh, we actually see a switch out into Oranguru. By timing the switch when he did, Granillo denied himself a confusion sneak. Basti gonna look to get some chip damage with the Brutal Swing, and then not gonna switch out just yet. Instead, gonna farm up a ton of energy, go for the catch onto the Turtonator. No sneak here, so we have yet to figure out what the fast move is on this Turtonator, whether it is going to be Incinerate or whether it's going to be Ember. Basti is on Incinerate. Incinerate will have quite a bit of fast move pressure, but trying to time Incinerate against the 4-turn fast move is exceedingly uncomfortable, as you're always conceding a tremendous amount of free turns. Brutal Swing is going to land. Turtonator going to farm. 3 free turns go to the Oranguru, but Oranguru is going to get knocked out by the Brutal Swing, so those 3 free turns will not come back to haunt. Brutal Swing will take the knockout there, and Granillo does have some stored energy. In comes the Dugong, and Dugong choosing not to throw. Could have denied that Brutal Swing, but recognizing Brutal Swing not a particularly hard-hitting charge attack, is instead just going to look to try and get a massive energy head start. In the back is Gyarados and Runerigus. This is an endgame that potentially Gyarados could have the ability to sweep. The question is, what does Basti go for energy on? Basti did bank a Brutal Swing, so Basti does not have the trail. Oh, does have the Trailblaze. I stand corrected. In comes the In comes the Oranguru, gonna be chipped down by the Icy Wind. But for Basti, just farming this in a Trailblaze range would be very nice. There's a switch out into Gyarados. But all this energy head start for Basti is incredibly, incredibly good. As Basti, he'll desync the switch timers quite significantly, but he'll be able to get quite a bit of damage. Even a -1, Brutal Swing does add up. And now out comes the Runerigus. Runerigus, honestly, not a particularly fast Pokemon, being that the vast majority of the time it's wanting to go for Rock Tomb. Brutal Swing is very fast, but in this matchup, being able to lock down a debuff could be very helpful. It'll be reached on charge attack priority, and the Gyarados wins it. Aqua Tail does not knock out, but Basti puts up the final shield. This will burn the switch clock, so if Granillo wants to pivot out, Granillo will have the ability to do so. This does mean, of course, that Gyarados is going to be completely energy dry, but Granillo wants to try and take advantage of the desync and timers, go for energy on Dugong. Now would be that opportunity. As the switch timer is up, in comes Dugong, but Dugong is fully energy dry. Honestly, sacrificing the Dugong may be the play. Brutal Swing will be reached. This will not take the knockout, but this will burn Basti's switch timer. Can Basti try and get a Confusion farm down here? He's going to be sending in the Oranguru. The Confusion will not take the knockout, and Basti's forced to throw. The no shield from Granillo. It's going to be Gyarados or nothing to close out this game. The Gyarados still does have a decent amount of HP remaining, and it's going to need it. In comes the Gyarados. These Confusions add up quite a bit. The question is, can Granillo commit to a farm down? A farm down could potentially be the win condition. Trying to keep track of Oranguru residuals is very, very difficult. Oranguru's dry. Can Gyarados get this farm down? No! Gyarados doesn't risk it. Gyarados throws. Gyarados threw 6 in the move, so that Confusion did not land. The Gyarados still does have a little bit of residual energy. Gyarados might need to... Oh, it just needs the tail. Can it get there? It does get there! Granillo! What a game! The energy management, exquisite from Granillo there. Aqua Tail lands, Runerigus gets KO'd, and you can't ask for a better played game than that. Oh my goodness! Granillo! Absolute magic. Oh man, Granillo never had switch advantage in that game, but it did not matter. What an extreme outplay from Granillo, securing that win. Gyarados barely hanging on. What a game. Oh my goodness. That is what this meta can provide. Oh, that's just brilliant stuff. That's just brilliant stuff from Granillo. I'm hoping we see Granillo make it far off of that game alone. That game was wonderful. And that's the power of Gyarados. Gyarados is so flexible. Ooh, bad lead for Granillo. He leans into Matang, which is more of an RPS option. And unfortunately, we find out why Matang is an RPS option. Because in a Turtonator and into the Ghosts, it's just so tough to use. Brutal Swing lands. Oranguru loses so much of its health bar. Oranguru throwing on not the greatest timing, actually. But for Basti, this is a pretty easy no-shield. Because Brutal Swing just does not do a lot of damage to Turtonator. Turtonator is going to be... Hisuian Zoroark is unbanned, Mickey. I played against one today. And the guy messaged me after to say, bro, how fast is Ember Turtonator? You made 5 Brutal Swings that game. And I just had to say, yes, I did. Oh, he gets this Incin down. Oh, that's a sick Incin down for Basti. Yeah, this is just over. Interesting that after a very flexible game 1, both of them leaned more into the RPS picks game 2, where he brought out Matang, and then Basti brought out the Togetic. Yo, Mashed Potato with the 3-stream streak. Let's go. Jeez, Gyarados just lost so much ground. Now out comes the Togetic. Matang answered with the Runerigus. Yeah, and this is why I'm not like... I think Matang can be very effective. Like, Matang destroys Oranguru, which is really, really good. But Matang is such a risk because it has some catastrophically bad matchups. And it's why Matang's usage is so much lower than something like Oranguru, because Oranguru doesn't have those bad matchups. And Basti knows this is just a Psyshock, and Psyshock does not two-shot. Runerigus has the exact same stats as Kofagrigus. And from those who are familiar with the reign of Kofagrigus back in the day, Kofagrigus has some stats on it. Kofagrigus is very, very bulky. There's a switch to Gyarados. Pivoting out. Yep. And Togetic will be able to close out this game. Website name for check-in player achievement, dracoviz.com. Get ready for Basti. Yeah. A player named Basti. A player named Basti. Interesting. Ancient Power and Dazzling Gleam. And once we catch up to live, I will end up pinning the bracket. I will end up pinning the bracket. But obviously we're not up to live yet, so the bracket would have spoilers. So yeah, Matang. That's what feels bad. Matang getting knocked out by a Togetic. But that is the risk of bringing something like Matang. Is it's so feast or famine. Matang into Guru is like dominant. And Matang, I imagine into the Togetic's also dominant, but it also just has some catastrophic matchups. And that's why, like, Matang was really high usage. That's why Matang usage in the few days leading up to this tournament fell off a cliff and people ran Medi. Because Medi is a lot more flexible. Like, Medi into Runerigus is a lot more fine. Okay, Dugong into Dugong. Ooh, we have Rune and Oranguru backline for Granillo, and Basti has Oranguru Turtonator. And we know Basti is on Incinerate. So this, ooh, and it's Basti winning charge attack priority. It looks like both Dugongs are doing identical damage to each other. So it doesn't look like there's any kind of Slayer in play. Both are opting to go for the Drill Run. So basically, as the Dugong, you're always hoping your opponent fucks up and throws early, because if they don't overfarm early, like, if they don't overfarm a lot and they throw very early, then you have a free switch out. But both trainers are overfarming, and that's why they keep cap tying, is they do not want to give each other a free switch out. Because if you try and switch in something like Runerigus here, the Dugong just outpaces it and Icy wins it and then dances out, and then you're stuck with -1. There's the switch into Oranguru. Yeah. Debuff. The question is, what does he decide to bring in here? Yeah. He goes Guru. This means Guru avoids Turret, which is kind of nice for Guru. But if the Turret for Basti gets an energy advantage, that'd be really bad for Runerigus. The awkward thing is the opposing... Oh, Basti wins cap in, like, every matchup. This is not brutal swing range on Basti's Oranguru. Basti's Oranguru will be able to hang on. Switch timer will be burnt by this charge stack. So if Basti wants to get an Incin down, this would be the perfect opportunity to do so, because Granillo is stuck here. So we should see a switch into the... Yes. Yes. In comes the Turtonator. Brutal Swing, not a particularly scary attack, so no Protect Shield will come up. This will burn Granillo's clock, and then Granillo will be able to pivot, and in comes the Runerigus. Rune being behind, Rune does not like being down energy in this matchup. Rune does not like being down energy in this matchup. Granillo could consider going for a 4 and a Rock Tomb, and will do just that. The Brutal Swing is definitely a consideration. It wouldn't knock out, but it would get the Turtonator very low, but then you aren't debuffing them. And there's still quite a bit of HP remaining on the Dugong for Basti, and Basti has energy on that Dugong as well. If I'm not mistaken, Basti should be 2 Ice Shards away from a charge attack. And there's the switch into the Dugong, taking advantage of the desync timers, and that forces Granillo to cap tie with a Brutal Swing. Dugong puts up the shield, wanting to land this damage. That means that, oh my goodness, it can't escape. It's trapped in here. Icy Wind gonna land. This is big damage onto this Runerigus. And that's not what Granillo was hoping for. The Runerigus now deep into the red HP, gonna send Dugong into Dugong, but it feels like the damage has been done. It's gonna be a charge stack priority tie, and we know that Basti's winning that charge stack priority tie in the mirror. Basti danced brilliantly in this matchup, weaving in and out of the matches, saving energy, and it pays off in such a massive way. In comes Oranguru. Oranguru gonna look for a reverse farm. There's the switch to Turtonator. Turtonator does get that Incin to land. That Incin landing is very, very valuable damage for Basti. Also, this Brutal Swing might not knock out. And it does it! Oh my goodness, and it does it! And it does it! Oh, Turtonator! Turtonator! Oh my goodness, what a survive! What a survive! What a game! Oh my goodness. These games are so good in this meta. Everything is so technical. Oh, that's so good. Game 2, in my eyes, wasn't that good of a game. It was pretty RPS. But game 3, that was so sick. That was so sick. Yo, we got Marto Galde. Marto. He has Dugong, Runerigas, Vespiquen, Metacham, Oranguru, and Gyarados. Yeah, Burden. That's what I like about it. Is it all comes down to you have to play better. And games where you have to play better to win is awesome. It isn't just like winning off alignment. It is winning off of skill, and that's sick. And Steps has Medi, Turtonator, Oranguru, Rune, Gyarados, and Dugong. So a lot of Pokemon in common here. But Marto does have the Vespiquen. Vespi is really hard to bring into a Rune team, though. Because if it ends up on the Rune, you just lose immediately. But into non-Rune teams, it's pretty playable. Yep, and he brings Gary, and it immediately pays off. Median back looking devious. It feels a little bit risky, but you could consider trying to catch a Rock Tomb onto Metacham because there is no charge attack pressure from Runerigas into Metacham. It's all fast move pressure. But he is going to stay on the field. And switch talking yourself into a debuff is a little bit risky as well. And can now overfarm to the moon. Brutal Swing. Marto will immediately no shield and farm down. I wouldn't be surprised to see Steps pivot out here. You almost never want to concede farm downs in this matchup. I'm shocked he's giving Marto this farm down. Marto's just going to pivot out. Yeah. Marto's just going to pivot out and reset the debuff on all that energy. I think that's a pretty large misplay from Steps. This meta, it's all about energy. You do not want to concede farm downs. If you're playing for Switch, you're... Oh! He dynamic punched to cover for it, though. He dynamic punched to cover for the catch. He does get the Confusion Sneak, but Marto covered for the catch by dynamic punching. Oh, that's a nice play. Two dynamics do barely miss the knockout, but the switch timers are misaligned, which does help Marto. Oranguru has basically no charge attack pressure into this matchup. Steps puts up a shield. That's really good for Marto. Marto's Medi. It's just so far ahead. Look at the Metacham. Look at the Metacham. It's absolutely popping off. Steps shields. Marto's clocks up. He can go for a combo. And he does! Oh my goodness! Marto Galde! What a play! He combos him! Oranguru energy down the drain! And Steps is left shaking his head, but the Gyarados is still not yet done. Another Aqua Tail. Steps let himself get farmed out earlier, and this is the punish. This is an energy meta. You play for Switch, you lose in LAIC. And Marto's putting on an absolute show in game number 1. Oh my goodness. Very true, Furcha. Dynamic Punch is the same DPE as Ice Punch. In comes Oranguru, immediate no shield from Marto. Will the crunch debuff get applied? 20% chance it does apply. This means that the Gyarados will actually get to double up, and with the crunch debuff, Aqua Tail is guaranteed to knock out. But Marto, he did one Psycho Cut before switching out, and that means that he's going to outpace and win this game. Because when he did that snipe, he did one Psycho Cut and then switched. So this should be a win, because Steps is dry. Watch this. Watch Marto's energy. He's 4 off, and he wins. By 1 turn. Oh my god, my goat, Marto. Holy shit, what a well-played game. What a well-played game from Marto there. Shock and awe. Gyarados really is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, DJ, it's so frustrating because this is actually like one of the best metas they've ever made by far.
Porque soy adicto. Soy adicto y
Thank
voy a
you,
jugar.
Red Bean Cashew, for
Niantic, déjame
redeeming
jugar.
Marto is an addict.
Dame más sets.
Dugong into Dugong. Immediate save switch by Marto. He is opting out of that mirror. He got a huge head start into this Gyarados. It is Guru in the back. So Marto's just dynamic punching. Dynamic punch does do around 3% more. It is, but it looks like that he is feeling pretty comfortable with this matchup. Yo, Juice, you joined on basically the best battle you could have joined on. That was a brilliant display. Dynamic punch coming out. Marto getting an Aqua Tail catch could be really nice because the switch timers are a little bit misaligned. So if Steps tries to overfarm, he could potentially switch out. Ooh, switch clock not yet up. The reason they banned it, Alolan Sandslash, is because they banned it basically everything that could beat a Rangaroo to make it a very flexible neutral meta. Yeah, switch out and snipe him. Oh, that's really nice. That's really nice. It didn't spoil any game results, J-Hodge, so that's fine. The big thing we don't want to spoil is game results. But the reason they banned a Sandslash is Sandslash would have hard countered a Rangaroo, and we don't want hard counters to a Rangaroo. We want a Rangaroo to have play into every single matchup, basically. Because if it is play into basically every single matchup, Ninetales is banned so people can't run Charm. He Icy wins. So this will take the opponent's Ice Shards from 3 damage to 2. It is the first time they've done a limited meta. The G, yes. Normally, it's always been for Open Grade League, and Marto dances out, saving the energy, because he knows the energy will be more efficiently used elsewhere. In comes Turtonator. The thing to watch for, Will Marto should throw after this confusion right here for perfect timing. Yes, very nice. Very nice timing by Marto. And again, he's able to exploit the fact that Incinerate is clunky as hell. If you have a Slayer, the correct way is to go straight Drill Run. The shield comes up from Guru. It comes out of the driver, exactly, Turbo, yes. Everyone has the exact same tools. Everyone has the exact same tools. It just comes down to who plays better, and that's a really cool meta. We don't want people to be able to cheese things. He switches Dugong, but he was 2 off. If he was 1 off, he could have got this, but now he's forced to burn a shield. He should have drill ran. That shit is not KOing. On my life, that is not KOing. On my life, you should have drill ran. You should have drill ran. It does more. Oh no! Steps knows he threw. He threw. If he drill runs, that knocks out. But he didn't, and now that brutal swing lands. He needs 2 charge attacks. So Marto is gonna Icy Wind. Marto has Rune, Dugong, Medi, Vespi, Gyarados, and Oranguru. We saw a Rapidash, but it wasn't brought because it's actively a Rapidash. In comes the Turt. Wow, Incinerate being a bum. Who could have foreseen this? I, for one, am shocked. I'm horrified. I'm gobsmacked, if you will. Yo, Marto onto winners finals. Let's go, Marto. Yo! Chat, look at this matchup. For those of you who have played this game for several years and have watched the channel, y'all will know why I'm so excited about this matchup. Elche making his return to the big stage. He had a great run. He had a great run at LAIC 2025, and he's back. Now, you might say, Henry, who is Elche? Allow me to pull up his Dracoviz page and enlighten me and enlighten everyone. Elche got 4th at 2023 Worlds with 5 Pokemon. He had a fucking Pokemon DQ due to a team sheet error and got 4th at Worlds. Still the greatest Worlds run I've ever seen. I know people have won Worlds. I still think getting 4th with 5 Mons is somehow more impressive. It's insane. And so him being back is super exciting. And it's him versus Dune. And Dune obviously just won Las Vegas. So this is going to be an insanely good matchup. I believe it was an Umbreon, yes. Yo, what up, Fict? Welcome, trainer. We have Turbo says, I'll co-sign the Glaze. Thank you, Turbo. Elche is that fucking guy. And he's against Dune, who just won Las Vegas. So this is going to be an insane matchup. Yeah, senor. He was straight up handicapped compared to the competition in that he only had 5 Mons instead of 6. But yeah, he had an Umbreon DQ'd for a team sheet error and then got 4th with 5 Mons. So, people might say, bro, Dune's favored against everyone. I don't think Dune is favored in this matchup. I think Elche is favored. Yo, we have M.E. Weedle with a sub. Yo, thank you so much for supporting the content. Weedle, welcome in. Yo, Weedle, we are just in time to see one of my personal goats, Elche, cook up on the big stage. I am like Elche's #1 glazer, man. He's so incredibly good. Yo, you know what's really cool, Twitch chat? You know what's really cool? We have multiple Pokemon Go World Champions in Twitch chat right now. We have Emmy Weedle, Pokemon Go World Champion. We have Yakai, Pokemon Go World Champion. We are so fucking blessed that people who are insanely good as Weedle and Yakai are here watching with us. Welcome in, gentlemen. I hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Okay, Dune Bug, Gyarados, Dust Noir, Metacham, Turtonator, Togekiss, and Oranguru, Elche, Oranguru, Metacham, Dugong, Turtonator, Runerigus, and Gyarados. Yeah. The general theme is people really like this meta because it's very skill-based. It's very skill-based. Okay. Let's get them locked in. Game 1, Metacham into Oranguru. I would argue Metacham is slightly favored here. You can't quite knock out with 2 dynamics, but you get so much value into Oranguru. He's going to pivot into his own Oranguru. Elche will go for a chip with a Brutal Swing. Oranguru doing his little pose. And Dune very comfortable with this no shield. Oranguru will make the Brutal Swing here, and the catch from Elche. Again, no moveset reveal yet. Taking a look at what he's running, I would not be surprised if he's Incinerate, though. He is Incinerate. Brutal Swing, we have seen time and time again, does 0 damage to Turtonator. It basically heals them on. And now Elche can look to overfarm and will look to take the knockout. Brutal Swing, of course, will be knocking out this Oranguru. Dune now has to decide, is he putting up the shield? Dune shields! I think this is an error. You do not want to needlessly go down shields in this meta. Elche's never going to shield this. This is an energy meta. You don't want to give up needless shields, and Dune just gave up a needless shield. I think this is going to backfire in a big way. Elche doesn't have a lot of fast move pressure into this Oranguru. Everything is resisted. Dune is now on his 2 cycle, which means no matter what gets brought in, I think Dune is making a move. He does get the move, but it's Medi and Togekiss into an up energy Runerigus. Elche has set himself up to win this game because he just can't really damage it. He's forced to pivot in the Medi because Medi absorbs energy from Rune very, very well. Brutal Swing comes out. It's open team sheet, so he knows it cannot be the Shadow Ball, so the Brutal Swing is going to be no shielded. In comes Oranguru. Oranguru, oh, that's a really unfortunate cap tie for Dune Bug, as Dune Bug is now trapped into a charge attack. This Trailblaze is guaranteed to land, and that's just going to set up nasty farm for the Runerigus. Dune Bug going to go for a Dynamic Punch. Could consider going for an Undercharge here, and he is going to go for the Undercharge, hoping Dynamic will knock out, but it's still enough. It picks up the KO. Back in comes the Runerigus for the reverse farm, and this is just too much. Elche got 1 turn, but luckily Dune does not get DRE, so it ends up canceling out. Dune is just cooked here. There is no way out for Dune. The Runerigus is too far ahead. In comes the Kiss. Very nice catch from Dune Bug. Very nice catch from Dune. Dune is trying to fight his way back. Dune is trying to fight his way back. The thing is, Dune revealed his moveset to be Psyshock. And Psyshock does no fucking damage to a Runerigus. Runerigus, keep in mind, this is Kofagriga stats. It's bulky as shit. It's bulky as shit. We're talking like 2K stat product, artificially inflated by a rock tomb. I am like... Also, Runerigus is just such a sick looking mon. Dune should always cap tie here. Dune throws one early, but a Psyshock is just not knocking out. Even if he had done the peck wouldn't have KO'd. The peck wouldn't have KO'd. Oh, sorry, the final boss. I will copy that message. You're good. All right, I reposted it. So for the guy who was asking, how do I claim it in game now? I reposted final boss's message. You go to that link. Why this format? Honestly, I think this format is sick. I think this format is really cool. Yo, Shira pinned. Yo, thank you so much, Shira. Appreciate you. But yeah, that is the power of Rune, though. I think Dune, if he doesn't shield in the mid game, Dune is in a significantly better spot. But he was a little bit careless with his shield usage, which is not like him. He made a really good catch, but it still wasn't enough. Oh, Rune into Kiss again. Great start for Elche. Goes for Psyshock instantly. Now we'll get to see Psyshock. I don't even think we'll put this in the yellow if it's a good rune, because Psyshock is what, around like 30-ish%? Like 31? See, that's a play I really like from Dune. If they have a ton of rune energy, just switch a Medi into it. Switch a Medi into it. Yo! The GR elephant with the prime. Thank you so much for supporting the content, homie. I appreciate you. And he sends in Turt. Yo, Polo with the prime is... Yo, y'all are too kind. Thank you so much for supporting the content. I appreciate you. Elche will fire off the Brutal Swing, just trying to get whatever damage he can onto the Metacham. Brutal Swing is going to land. In the back, we have Dueling Orangaroos. Nice overfarm from Dune, throwing 4 and the charge attack. This Instant will not land unless Elche shields, but Elche is not going to give up a shield in this scenario. How you use your shields is so important in this meta. It is absolutely everything. And now he goes for Runerigus. Oh, catches the Ice Punch. So forces an inefficient use of energy by Dune. As Dune obviously threw the right move with the Runerigus, but he catches it onto the Orangaroo. Orangaroo going to be answered now with the Togekiss. Togekiss is a wall to energy from Orangaroo, but the trade-off between using Togekiss and Togetic is the fact that Togekiss has significantly better charge attacks, but it is a lot frailer. That means that Confusions and Trailblazes actually add up. Trailblaze getting launched by Elche. Dune, 2 Protect shields left to hide behind. Is he going to invest one here? He is not. The Trailblaze lands. Oh, this is going to be really close. The Confusion knocks out. That would have been a big survive for Dune if he could have held on, but with the extra boost from the Trailblaze, Confusion does pick up the knockout. In comes Orangaroo. It's going to be Orangaroo into a boosted Orangaroo. Boosted Brutal Swing will inflict some pretty significant damage. Dune has been a lot more careful about his shield selection in game number 2. He's finally going to be putting up a shield here. Who wins charge attack priority in the Orangaroo mirror can matter quite a bit. In comes Metacham. Metacham doesn't get the catch. And now Dune, he gets farmed down. In comes the Orangaroo. Orangaroo firing off this Brutal Swing. Elche puts up the shield as he does not want to take this damage. He has so much energy on the Runerigus. Runerigus. Oh, this is going to be close. Runerigus firing off this Brutal Swing. The no shield by Dune Bug. Elche is going to be able to throw 1 and the charge attack, outpacing Dune Bug. And this is going to force the final shield. Elche has energy everywhere. Dune's going to have to be very careful about this overfarm. I actually don't know who wins the cap tie here between Runerigus and Orangaroo, but Dune has to double up. It's Orangaroo! Oh my goodness, it's Orangaroo. This is going to come down to Oranguru charge attack priority. Who wins this game? The Brutal Swing knocks out. In comes Oranguru. It's Elche! It's Elche with the 2-0 of the Las Vegas champion Dune Bug. Elche loses one cap tie, wins the second, and he's on to group finals. What a game. It's good to see Elche back, man. Oh my goodness. I want to look up. Hold on. Brief pause. Brief pause. I want to look up Oranguru Rune. Oranguru Rune. Wow, Rune is actually favored. Rune is actually favored in defaults by 1.6. So Dune, so either Elche has an insane Rune or Dune has like a decent amount of attack on his Guru. And if Dune has a decent amount of attack on his Guru, then Elche has an insane amount of attack on his Oranguru. Yo, that's cool. That's cool. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I feel like every series in this meta is absolute peak. It's absolute peak. It's so good. Oh my god. Yo, Pato Man. Pato Man, Oranguru, Gyarados. Pato is gonna be like crazy at this meta. Also, Vesperian with a Prime sub. I don't think I thanked you. Thank you so much for supporting the content, Vesperian. I appreciate you. Let me get the spray going. Pato is an energy player through and through. Pato is an energy player through and through. So I imagine Pato's gonna destroy at this meta. So Oranguru, Gyarados, Turtonator, Dusknoir, Medicham, and Togekiss. Exactly the final boss, yeah. Yeah, so the IVs were just the default token. And then for Bruce, Matang, Turtonator, Runerigas, Celio, Gyarados, and Oranguru. I'm excited because we know Pato is easily like one of the best players of our game. He was arguably the best player in the world last season. I know he didn't win Worlds, but I think people would agree that he was the best player in the world last season. So I'm excited to see what he can do in a meta that feels like it was custom built for his skill set. But here's the thing. I don't want to count out Bruce. Bruce is an incredibly good Brazilian player. Bruce is always like towards the top of leaderboards. Bruce is very good. Ooh, mirror match again. Gary into Gary. Both trainers have Oranguru, but where they differ is Pato has Medicham and Bruce has Rune. So on paper, this is a backline that does favor Bruce. However, we know it all comes down to how you play out the matchups. Crunch lands onto the Gyarados. Crunch debuff gets applied. Even with the debuff, however, Bruce should be able to make a tail plus a crunch. Pato shields up. Bruce baited. That's a nice bait from Bruce. Now, Pato has to decide, is it worth risking cap tie with a tail? He says no. And he's just going to be double shielding the Gary. That's too risky of a cap tie because if you shield, like if you throw and you lose cap, you instantly lose the game. This energy is going to be annoying for Bruce. In comes Oranguru. I wouldn't be surprised to see Pato pivot out of this matchup, maybe into his own Oranguru, because he has a lot more defensive picks in the back. The crunch is going to be no shielded here. Oh, there's a pivot out from Bruce as he sends out the Rune. Rune has to start shielding, so he will put up the shield now. Pato going to be bringing out the Oranguru. Oranguru does survive 2 Brutal Swings from full HP. Bruce makes an interesting choice. Bruce goes for the Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb will, of course, make this Oranguru hit a lot less hard, but in exchange, it doesn't do a ton of damage. Pato is going to get his attack right back to normal with a well-timed Trailblaze, and the shield comes up from Bruce. But the fewer shields that are in play, the better it is for Medicham. Medicham, it absolutely thrives in the zero protect shield scenarios. Brutal Swing should miss a knockout here, so he is going to go for the Rock Tomb once again. There was a bracket reset, Caden, yes. And now he will get to connect with a -1 to Brutal Swing. Brutal Swing is going to land. There's going to be the switch. Medicham into the Oranguru. And Medicham is so well positioned here. This is going to be the Trailblaze coming out from the Oranguru. But this is, oh my goodness. This is not where you want to be as Bruce. Pato has been dancing in and out of these matchups, and now he will get to do a perfect overfarm, 3 and the move. Going for Dynamic to guarantee the knockout. Ice Punch would probably KO, but Pato taking no chances of a 1 HP survive. Dynamic lands, KOing Oranguru. All that's left is the Runerigus. And Runerigus, even if it had a charge attack, it would not KO. Pato, man, we mentioned we thought this was going to be a meta well suited for him. And he gets the 3-ball flex game 1. Just dancing around his opponent, double shielding the Gary when he ended up shielding an Aquatail bait. And Gyarados generated such an incredible advantage. Okay, game number 2. Medi into Matang. Safe switch into Gyarados. A lot of Matangs like staying in versus Gary. Safe switch to Psyshock and Dip. Right, Juice? Yeah, it is super fun. It's super, super fun. And now he's going to mirror, but being so far behind on energy in the mirror makes it very, very awkward. Yeah, LAIC is in Sao Paulo. Enemos. Crunch does not knock out here. Gyarados should be able to hang on. And Pato is going to let that go because he knows that. Do you potentially consider pivoting out of here? Agreed, Yakai. Agreed. Ooh, defense drop. Does that deny the Aqua Tail? No, it does not. The Aqua Tail has reached. Pato shaking his head. He was hoping. Oh, there's a spelling mistake? What's the spelling mistake? I can try and fix that. Oh, there's a U. All right, let me fix that real quick. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm tuned out for a sec because I'm fixing the YouTube thumbnail. I will lock back in a second. All right, YouTube thumbnail is fixed. Thank you, Enemos. Brutal swing in a Metacham. That just does no damage, man. Oh, man. Bruce with the catch. Pato waited the turn to try and like desync it. Oh, my goodness. Bruce with the catch. The shield comes up, though. Does this now set up the farm down for Pato, though? Psyshock lands, taking the knockout. In comes the Kiss. Kiss would love nothing more than to get this farm down. Gonna need to switch into the Gyarados. Oh my goodness. Catch after catch after catch. Pato waited a turn to desync it. Bruce still got the catch. And now it's Pato getting the 11th hour catch. In comes Rodriguez, outpaced by a singular turn. What a game. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a game. What a game. What a meta. Look at Pato shine. Holy shit. Can you believe there are people who said this meta was bad? Can you believe it? Can you believe it, chat? I can't. I'm gobsmacked. I'm absolutely, I am just blown away. I'm blown away. Are we sure this is day? Yeah. This meta is so good. All right, who we got next? Basti versus Drio. Mr. Whale, we have seen games like this for like 6 rounds in a row. Without Shadow, yes, without Shadow. Basti, we've seen him on stage. Oranguru, Togetic, Turtonator, Matang, Runerigas, Dugong, and the old Drico with a ferocious mustache. God damn, let's go Drico. All right, I'm immediately rooting for Drico. Purely off the mustache. Purely off the mustache, I am now the old Drico's fan. Ooh, Dugong into Oranguru. He has Dusclops. It's the first Dusclops we've seen. Like, this matchup is really fine to play out as Dugong. Ooh, Basti with an alignment throw surprises me quite a bit. Oh, Simul Switch, Dugong into the Turtonator. But that is good understanding by Basti, realizing that he was ahead, so he can throw on what would have been alignment, but is actually perfect timing due to the one-turn desync. All right, Icy Wind Bait gets shielded. Drico, gonna try spamming out these Dragon Claws. Dragon Claw lands onto the Dugong. Unfortunately, the next Dragon Claw will actually miss this knockout. A high-ranked Dugong should be able to hang on here, and Basti knows it. Toxic with a gifty to Yakai. Thank you so much for supporting the content, Toxic. And I'm very happy that it went to Yakai, because now Yakai gets probably my favorite emote on the entire Twitch website, which is Pip High. I love the Pip High emote. It's great. Ooh, Drico getting aggressive. Pivoting out. Sending back in that Dugong. Icy Wind is going to grab a shield. Dugong answered by the Oranguru. Oranguru going to throw energy. As Basti, you could consider an undercharge here. Actually, like, if this takes the knockout, I think it's a... Okay, it just doesn't. That is better for Basti. Because I was going to say, if you think it takes the knockout, you undercharge it slightly. Klops is a really interesting choice. I don't see the vision, but I'm excited to see what how he can make it work. Ooh, the decision to incinerate there, a costly one, as now Turt loses HP. And then, oh, does this Hex KO? No, it does not! The 1 HP survive from Oranguru! Oh my goodness! Hex already does no damage, add to that a resistance, and that's tough. Back in comes the Runerigas. Runerigas going to be immediately chipped down with the Shadow Punch, and Basti with an O shield. Basti needs to Shadow Claw this into range where Brutal Swing can take the knockout. Shadow Punch is going to be no shielded. Turtonator does have quite a bit of energy. Runerigas going for the Brutal Swing, hoping this will be able to take the knockout. Dusclops is very bulky. I assume Dusclops can hang on here. Brutal Swing is going to land. Dusclops, can it get to a charge attack? No, Basti! He doesn't want to take any extra damage. Turtonator has a ton of energy. The question is, does Turtonator have enough? The Turtonator, it's very, very low. Back in comes the Turtonator. Did that Shadow Claw KO? That's what this comes down to. Did the Shadow Claw KO? It's going to be very close. Turtonator, can it hang on? No, it cannot. The back-to-back were available, but the Turtonator, not enough HP. And that's going to be a game 1 win for Basti. I still think even if that gets knocked out, Basti still had a little bit of HP on his other Mon, but that was still a very dramatic ending. I thought I'm going to see yeah, I feel like the Klops we've seen in Gym Breakers have been Poltergeist. Okay, here we go. Oh, Klops into Oranguru. Bad lead for Drico. The safe switch into the Turtonator. And Turtonator actually passed up on a pretty free Brutal Swing. Interesting. Out comes Dugong. So a bunch of energy saved for Basti. It is Dugong in the back. Dragon Claw reached. This doesn't knock out. So if Basti wants to no-shield, Basti does have the ability to do so. Gets Icy. Icy won't knock out. It could potentially set up Drio to dance out of here, but he does respect the drill run. If 2 incinerates KO, oh, they do. That's nice. The issue is Oranguru can get brought back in here. Brutal Swing doesn't knock out. Oh, it's the rune that gets brought in. So this is -1 Brutal Swing. Aggressive pivot into the Dugong. He just stays to Tomb. And then he can bring in the Guru. Because this does more than a Trailblaze. So as Drio, if you're prioritizing shield usage, the shield does come up here. But then Basti can switch into the Oranguru if he wants to. Oh, Drio with the undertap. I actually like that. I assume Basti was going to go for a 1 in the move. But Drio this way locks down the rune, just gets it off the field. Back in comes this Oranguru. Oranguru going to start spamming. Looking to try and boost itself up. It's the Dusclops still in the back because that was the lead into the Oranguru. Brutal Swing's available, but not the Trailblaze. That means the Icy Wind will actually get to land, and Basti will put up the first Protect Shield. The question is, how well can the other Mons do into this Oranguru? Oh, Trailblaze catch! Drio fighting for his life. This is double resisted. This might not KO. And it doesn't! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, Drio! He gets his Brutal Swing! It looks so over! We might be so back! Brutal Swing gets the shield, and the Guru, it's taking a lot of damage. In comes Dusclops. Dusclops will be taking super effective damage, but this is the only reason you put Dusclops on the team. It's bulky. Brutal Swing comes out from the Oranguru. Will it be enough to 2-shot here? It will not. Dusclops will hang on. That means Dusclops is guaranteed to land this Ice Punch. Ice Punch is not a particularly strong attack. Oranguru is bulky. Dusclops has a low attack stat. It does not get same type attack bonus. Ice Punch is going to be failing to take the knockout. The back-to-back Brutals are reached, and the catch from Drio. Can Dugong hang on here? Brutal Swing will be full charged. Dugong, Brutal Swing. It does not hang on. It's going to be up to the Dusclops. Dusclops has to try and survive, and I don't think it does. Brutal Swing coming out. Dusclops gets KO'd, and it's Basti as our first trainer in day number 2. Oh my goodness. The confusions were too much from the Oranguru. It put it into range. Drio did what he could, but Basti has punched his ticket to Saturday. Yeah, this meta is just so unbelievably goated. Speaking of goats, Marto Galde up next versus Emilio. It is limited, yes, Emmy. It is the same meta that's going on in GBL right now, except no shadows. Marto has the Dugong, Runerigus, Vespiquen, Metacham, Oranguru, and Gyarados. Emilio, very similar team, but he has Togetic. And he has no Dugong. So he's Togetic, Runerigus, Metang, Metacham, Oranguru, and Gyarados. The stage suddenly got super dark. They sometimes do this for ICs. Here we go, folks. Game number 1. Metang into Dugong. Dugong does win zeros here against Metang. Metang, it's very good at some things, but I am less high on Metang than I am on most mons in this meta. Metang get a strike first here, going for the Psyshock. Marto doesn't really have a reason to shield in this matchup because the only shielding scenario he wins is the zeros. So he will be clicking no shield and then immediately returning fire with the drill run. Emilio thinking about it. Will he decide to put up the Protect Shield? Emilio, timer counting down, puts up the shield. And with shield advantage, that's the opportunity Marto needs. In comes the Runerigus. Runerigus going to be answered with a Oranguru. This is not where Runerigus wants to be. Even with the Shadow Claws, 2 Brutal Swings will fail to take the KO. Really good charge stack timing, though, from Marto. The back-to-back Brutal Swings are available, and an immediate no shield from the Oranguru. Runerigus' head does a full 360 as the Brutal Swing is going to connect. Marto going to go for another Brutal Swing, but Oranguru's ability to tank 2 Brutal Swings because the Shadow Claws do such little risk damage is a really big plus for Oranguru in this matchup. So Oranguru is very low, but Rangaru's going to farm up a ton of energy. The shield comes up from Marto. He's looking to invest heavily in this Runerigus. If you're shielding once, you're probably shielding twice. Marto, he's double shielding. He's looking to farm down. MEJP with the 3-stream streak. Welcome in, trainer. In comes Matang. Matang unable to make it to a charge stack. Psyshock would not take the knockout from this health range. A gyro ball would be needed. The no shield from Emilio. This will do quite a lot of damage. Matang farming up, trying to get to a charge stack. The gyro will be needed and goes for the gyro. Gyro, it's not a particularly efficient attack, but it does hit harder than Psyshock. Gyro ball is going to land. Oh my goodness, Runerigus! It refuses to get KO'd, and I believe it stored a charge attack. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's a brutal swing banked now. In comes the Dugong. That's going to be a gyro ball. Gyro ball is going to be connecting onto the shieldless Dugong. Dugong now deep into the red HP. Dugong immediately firing off the Icy Wind, the no shield from Emilio, as Emilio just sees this as a perfect opportunity to try and get some farm. In comes the Gyarados. Gyarados farm just too deadly in this format, and that is catastrophic for Marto. In comes Oranguru, but Oranguru is about to get absolutely run over by this energy. Gyarados firing off the crunch. No protect shields left for Marto. That's why investing shields early in this meta can backfire. You have to be very, very careful about when you invest your shields. The crunch debuff does come through, but realistically, I think this game is over anyway. There's the tail. He throws in the middle. No catch attempt available. In comes Rune. Yeah, and Rune had the swing, but he can never get to the Rock Tomb. Marto drops a game. Also, because I'm going to be here all day, I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to do for lunch. I think the best bet is to probably order something. I very rarely, order delivery. But I think this might be a time, if I'm going to be at my computer till, dinner time, that I should probably do that. So that way we're not missing the action. So I think that'll be the plan. I'll have to figure out something. Bro, there was a KFC near me that closed. Tragic hours. I used to have a KFC near me. I don't anymore. KFC would go wicked right now. Oh my goodness, Marto Galde! The Aqua Tail catch out of the Dugong. And he preserves a bunch of energy on Rune. We saw it in the Elche vs. Dune set. Rune energy can be so deadly. That's a devastating catch. Marto with a flashy play. Gyarados gonna look to rebank the energy and send in the Oranguru. Oranguru, we played a catch icon for no fucking reason. A charge attack was not thrown. Come on, production, get it together. Icy Wind is going to be connecting. The issue here is, you're not quite able to get that Icy Wind. Trailblaze will not knock out, but does this give Marto the opportunity to dance out of the matchup once again? Trailblaze is going to land. Switch timer just not yet up. There it is. In comes the Vespiquen. And Vespiquen, Emilio did not bring the Runerigus, and that means this Vespiquen is going to be very, very strong. Brutal Swing is going to be connecting. That does basically no damage. Vespiquen looking for this full farm down. Switch timer's up for Emilio, and out comes Matang. But Matang is so far behind. My goodness, these X Scissors, they will hit for neutral damage, but they will add up quite a bit onto the Matang. Marto, the thing to keep in mind is he has a ton of energy on Rune, but there's a ton of energy on Emilio's Gyarados as well. There's charge attacks banked everywhere. The fate of this game is still to be decided. Another X Scissor coming out from Marto into the Matang. Matang again with the no shield. Matang. Psyshock will fail to take a knockout here as Vespiquen is very bulky. Marto has to decide, does he try and call the bait? Is it going to be the gyro ball? He no shields. Psyshock is going to connect. That will not take the knockout. He's going to be pivoting back into the Runerigus. Runerigus not quite able to get the farm down. The Psyshock is available. This will do less damage than a move from the Gyarados, so he will let this go. Again, you have to be so particular about when you use your shields. There's the Gyarados. Almost back-to-back Aqua Tails, and now the shields will start to become. Now the shields will start to be used here. Shields will start to come out. Marto gonna under tap. He's going for the Brutal Swing. Brutal Swing will not knock out, but the threat of a Rock Tomb should be enough to force Emilio's shields. The switch timers are again misaligned. So after the next charge attack is thrown, Marto does have the ability to pivot out if he so desires. He's going for another brutal swing bait. Emilio, thinking about it. Does he call it? He does not. He's going to put up the shield. Switch timer almost up. Oh, Marto a half second from escaping that matchup, but unable to get there. Emilio went for the crunch, potentially covering for a catch. There's the switch into the Dugong. Dugong, oh, snipes down the Gyarados. Emilio does not get the catch. And that's a problem. Gyarados just loses a lot of HP. In comes Matang. Matang gonna try and Fury Cutter down. Matang, oh, gets ice sharded down by the Dugong. 1 HP Oranguru gets KO'd by a drill run. Oh my goodness, man. What a game. Marto dances his way out of a nightmare matchup, banks energy everywhere, and plays his way out. Holy shit. What a game! Abram with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much for supporting the content, homie. I appreciate you. Yeah, Marto's like, holy shit, bro. Already, I'm calling this the best IC meta of all time. There has not been a better IC meta. This meta is so good. This meta is so fucking good. Ooh, Rune into Medi. Not as bad as you might think for the Medi player. Yeah, unfortunately, Yakai is gonna never get any sleep because the games are too good. This is from me score, not from them. Because Ice Punch is quite a bit of damage, and Metacham is not threatened by the charge attacks from Rodriguez. Yakai just says dead. I will keep the VODs up. I will keep the VODs up. I think, Elephant, I think that metas for tournaments like these have to be really carefully designed. So I don't think any of the GBL metas that we've had would be as good for this. Marto doubling up is really nice. Emilio's always just going to let this go. We do have Chipotle over here. It is a ways, so I imagine it would have a heinous delivery cost. And this is really nice. The hard Medi pivot. There's a brutal swing. This does no damage to Metacham. Metacham flexing on him a little bit. Here comes the Gyarados. Yo, OG Ember. OG Ember is what this meta reminds me of, Brian. OG Ember was so good. It was run the most cooked IV attack weighted Shadow Charizard possible, or just Charizard possible. And then from there, you would play in every game. Oh my goodness. Oh no, he kept tied. Marto's gonna let it go. Medi might live this. Oh, it just doesn't. It just does not. The energy on the rune for Marto is going to be really helpful endgame. No debuff comes out. Like, Gary does put quite a bit of damage into Dugong, but Marto's saving the shield. That's really nice. He sends in the Guru. Guru immediately going to be debuffed with the Icy Wind. And now it's going to come down to the energy management from Marto in this endgame. Marto's going to pivot into the Runerigus. He knows Runerigus has a whole lot of energy, and he's going to have to use it here. Oranguru, Marto's wincing. He thinks he's in trouble. The Brutal Swing does get shielded up. But the Oranguru is now dry. The Oranguru is on its 3 cycle, which means Marto should be able to overfarm quite significantly. Brutal Swing is going to be big damage into that Oranguru. Oh! He lost track of what cycle the Oranguru was on. He lost track of what cycle the Oranguru was on. In comes the Gyarados. Oh, Emilio! Oh, this is too much damage. He had to throw before this. In comes the Dugong. This will be close. This will be close. Because, like, the Gyarados needed energy for the Dugong, but at the same time, in comes the Rune. Rune farms down Marto to day 2. Oh, my goodness. Every game is a fucking roller coaster, man. I can't catch my breath. Ooh, Pato versus Gandalf. Let's go. Pato versus Gandalf. This was the, like... Hold on one second. Ooh, all right. Lock-ins already. Gyarados into Medi. Game number 1. Medi can genuinely make life uncomfortable here for Gyarados just because of how insanely bulky Medicham is. He's going to opt for the Ice Punch route. I believe you're still getting outpaced even if you try and go for the triple Ice Punch. So I wonder if... Oh! He catches, but it's onto Togekiss, and he catches an Ice Punch, not a dynamic. Guru gets sent in. He will get a second Aura Sphere here, unless Gandalf throws. Also, if you're watching on the YouTube side of things and you're enjoying today's stream, make sure to leave a like on the stream. It's free, and it helps the stream get recommended to people. Goes for the Trailblaze just to pressure the shield. That confusion will not knock out the Togekiss, so I imagine we'll see Pato dance out of here. Yep, there it is. Yeah. Again, like, from watching this, it's very instructional as to what the meta is in this meta. And it's, you are almost never conceding a farm down. You're always dancing out and being aggressive. Appreciate you, Heat. Thank you. Goes for the Crunch. Crunch does do more damage. Hoping that, like, Crunch into Tail can deliver a knockout. Oh, the cap tie! The counting by Pato Man. Gandalf puts up the shield. I think Pato's always just going to let this go, right? I would assume so. Interesting shield. I think I probably would have let that go, but he puts up the shield, but he's obviously Pato Man, so. Oh, the confusion sneak. The confusion sneak. Yo, that's kind of sick. That's kind of sick. That's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. Getting that confusion sneak is nice because now he outpaces the Gudra to 2. That confusion... Oh, that confusion sneak. That's sick. Brutal Swing lands. A second Brutal Swing will not knock out, but getting up energy, so good. So good. Gudra goes for a Thunder Punch, and it just simply does not take the knockout. Looked like he looked at the crowd there for a second. Thunder Punch lands. He's just looking to pivot into the Gyarados and gets the Aqua Tail. I didn't see the vision for how he wanted to play out that endgame. That was a really creative idea. The catch and sneak. Holy fuck, man. These games are nuts. These games are so fucking crazy. Holy shit, man. Maybe, Sven. I hope so. Again, 3-ball flex from Pato. Yeah, he's making a habit. He's making a habit out of it. Okay, game number 2. Oh, no, Batang into Noir. Oh, my goodness. And I assume Pato is just always going to play zeros here. Because, like, Oranguru can shield and degen through this, but Pato won't care about Switch. Because The only ghost resist on Gandalf's team was on the safe swap. Like the lead was weak. It's a safe swap, so he knows out of the other four, it can be Gudra, Gyarados, Medi, and his own Dust Noir, and it's his own Dust Noir. So that's why Pato is just never shielding that. Because Pato doesn't care about alignment. Gandalf could play to alignment, but Pato just does not fucking care. He's gonna exit with a lot of energy. I guess just this is tough because you kind of have to sponge it on Gyarados. Oh, I think Gandalf only gets one of these moves. It is a boosted move, though. So does Gyarados decide to put up the shield? No. He is just two-shielding Noir. There's the pivot into Noir. He knows he can outpace by staying, so he will do just that. Oh, the bait. The bait. Gandalf. Does he call it? He does! Oh my goodness! Pato baits with a shield advantage, and Gandalf punishes it with an O-shield. The shield comes up on the Gyarados. Does Pato look to switch and try and go for an Astonish down? No, gonna stay on the field with the Gyarados. Gyarados now going for the Aqua Tail. If Gandalf shields, this will force Pato to switch. He will make it to the Shadow Punch. That's, of course, going to force the shield because Noir lives any one move from the Matang. So now it just comes down to Gandalf desperately needing a catch, and I don't even think a catch saves him. It's bleak for Gandalf. Gandalf is pretty close to a move on a Rangaroo. So if Pato ever... Oh, this is interesting. But the Rangaroo move won't KO, so even if he switches it in here, it won't knock out. And then he would just get farmed down. This is tricky. I don't think there's a way Gandalf can win this. Like, even Psy-Shocking, Pato would have to have really bad reaction time. Yo, Drade with the raid. Yo, welcome in, Drade and Drade viewers. Hope you had a fantastic stream. And he tries to snipe, but yeah, Pato has the reaction time. In a shocking turn of events. Absolutely shocking stuff. Pato Man good at an energy focused meta. Shocking stuff, I know. Ooh, Hungry Wolfpack versus Ice Chris. Hungry Wolfpack rocking the Vespiquen. Ooh, Dugong and a Dugong. Let's go. The thing to watch for will be the Ice Shard damage. Is one Dugong doing more... Is one Dugong doing more Ice Shard damage than the other? Hungry Wolfpack super underrated. I'm not super familiar with them. He goes Medi. Gets one turn. Hungry Wolfpack punishes the one turn, which is nice. He's a good awareness of timing. Here comes the Gyarados. And Medi. Oh, man. Medi's going to do basically no damage here. That's unfortunate. Yeah, Aqua Tail doesn't come close to knocking out. Chris puts up a shield, which surprises me. I just don't think Hungry Wolfpack is like... To me, I don't care for that shield. Because I think you have to be very particular in how you use your shields. And careless shields will oftentimes get kind of in trouble. I see Wind being thrown with the Dugong. I think Gary lives this, by the way. Oh, the matchup knowledge! Yo, Shira instantly proven correct. Instantly proven correct by him knowing that Icy Wind doesn't KO. All right. Holy ball knowledge from Shira. Thank you. That no shield right there, I am immediately invested in Hungry Wolfpack as a player. That's a sick no shield. That's a sick fucking no shield. I think Matang is better in the GBL version of this meta, SPN, than in the Show 6 version of this meta. In the Show 6 version of this meta, I think it's just worse meta cham. I think in GBL, though, it's an extremely playable Pokemon. But if you know it's coming, I think it's not, which obviously you do in a show 6. I think it loses a lot of its effectiveness. Here comes Rune. Rune will go for the brutal swing. If Oranguru wants to keep its brutal swing, it will have to put up the protect shield, and Hungry Wolfpack will do just that. Opting for the blaze. So looking to try and lock in a ton of damage. Yeah, every line I build is 8 times weak to Togekiss. That Pokemon is my personal op right now. That Pokemon is my personal op. Like, the line I hit 3262 with, which is today's video, if you look at it, you're going to be like, holy fuck, how did you survive Togekiss? And the question is with the power of friendship. With the power of friendship. Okay, Icy Wind lands. Medi can overfarm a lot here. Ooh, Medi doesn't overfarm as much, so he's valuing health over energy. Gary, the tail banked. God. That no shield by Wolfpack earlier was just so fucking good. I was like, that's what I talk about when I talk about being very particular with your, very particular with how you use your shields. You need to know damage ranges very, very well, and Hungry Wolfpack knows them. Neo with the 37 months, appreciate you. After this set, chat, I'm going to refill my water. So after this set, give me like 60 seconds. I'll refill my water. And then we'll be back. Oh, wait, hold on. We hopped from a recap into an actual game. Okay. All right. Let's go. Ooh. Vespi. Oh, Vespi into Medi and an Ice Punch catch and sneak onto a Oranguru. Nice from Wolfpack. Oh, okay. So it was... So the game started halfway through. So it looks like it was Vespi into Oranguru. Chris safe switched the Medicham. And then it got punished with the Oranguru. Posture check. Oh, fuck. I'm sitting like a gremlin, aren't I? I'm sitting like a gremlin, man. I'm gonna no longer be tall if I keep sitting like this. If there's a worse Mon than Achu, I don't know that it exists. Count me as Alolan Raichu hater, number 1. You look at teams and then you're like, wow, I should run Achu. And then you run Achu and you immediately understand why you don't run Achu. You're instantly like, wow, I'm down 1 iota of energy and now I lose. I typed that while bent over like a protractor. Oh, hell. I think Vespiquen does what you would want Gligar to do, but better, Jay. Because Gligar is like dead meat into... Gligar's dead meat into the waters. And Vespi isn't weak to the waters. Like, it takes single super effective from Dugong, but it can at least hit back. Another Rock Tomb. Wolfpack has to decide, is it a bait? Is it a nuke? That's the call right. Gets this damage. Even at -2, Aqua Tail's a sick move. So, good morning, Damon. Welcome in. Yeah, like that's just objectively good damage. Ooh, the snipe. The snipe from Chris. Vespi time. And Vespi doesn't care about this damage. You win because you align it to Gary, you instant lose and you align it to Turt or Noir. Exactly. It falls into the theorem of Vespi wins that cap tie. Interesting. I mean, he only had a small move, so it wouldn't have KO'd. Hungry Wolfpack. Very well played. Yo, what's our next matchup? Pocket? Yo, okay. Before we get into Pocket, give me 2 minutes. I'm going to go wash out my coffee mug and refill my water. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be back. I'll be back, okay? All right. If y'all need food, y'all need to stretch, now's the time to do it. We're going to be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. I got water. I hit the restroom. We're good, chat. Welcome. Welcome back. Chair stream goes hard. Yeah. Oh, Pocket versus DHC United. DHC had a really good run. I think it was at Vegas. Yeah, Pocket. Let's see Pocket's team. He didn't bring Altaria. He was considering Altaria. Thank God he did not. Matang, Turdinator, Dugong, Metacham, Oranguru, and Gyarados. And then we had Dugong, My Little Pony, Turdinator, Dust Noir, Oranguru, and Gyarados. Yo, what up, Mark? Pocket's another trainer who really is strong in energy management metas. So I'm excited to watch him play in this meta. Matang into Guru. Save switch, Ember Turret, answered with, oh my goodness. Very favorable start for Pocket. Very favorable start for Pocket. Yeah, we have some absolute killers in Brazil, Lone Star. He lets it go because you need 2 charge attacks anyway, so Icy Winding first is the right call. But look at, like, Ember Turret makes this uncomfortable. Like, a swing won't knock out, but he does get... Oh. Does this knock out? It's -1. He lets it go. Oh, it KOs! Ember Turret! Oh my god! Holy shit! Ember Turret! God damn! Nah, what the fuck? What is this Pokemon? Who allowed this? Oh, there's an Ember breakpoint, Yakai says. Interesting. That's why it's super nice to have, like, insanely smart people in chat, like Yakai, who just know shit like this. And now he has to go turret. Is he Incin? He's Incin. Okay. So he won't get the outpace. Oh, just by random guessing, we'll fact check now. Okay, gotcha. Sounds good, Yakai. Thank you. The timers are misaligned, but this is where Incin is really uncomfortable because you're always conceding some manner of free turn. He has to decide where do the shields come up. I'm not surprised that some people are opting for Incin. I personally definitely prefer not Incin. This doesn't knock out, but Pocket is starting to get very low. If he throws one in the move, I think Turret outpaces because Turret's one. Like, sorry, if he throws one in the move, Oranguru outpaces the Turret. Yo, chill is with the prime. Yo, you are too kind, man. I appreciate you. Clock's up. Matang time. But Matang is in swing range. Yeah, this is spooky. This is very spooky. Pocket shields, but I think Pocket's just lost. Well. Oh, God, this will be close. Can he get confusion down? Can he get confusion down? Oh, he can't! I thought he was getting confusion down. But no, he makes it. Holy shit. Oh my goodness, well played, Pocket. I thought for sure he was. So let's rewind this for a second to when he throws this Psyshock. Yeah. So he does take that. He does take that Astonish. But I like at that health range, I was like surely 2 KO. I don't play Matang though. And then they fucking don't. 1 HP Matang. That looked cooked 8 times over and Pocket found a way. Ooh, very bad lead for Pocket. Turret into Gyarados. Zeros are pretty fine, but... Because you can at least get good damage onto the Gyarados, but Gary can always no-shield. Ooh, the bait comes out. I did not Lone Star. That's very cool, though. That's very cool. Here comes Dugong, answered with the Guru. Oh, but this is a good bait out for Pocket. This sets up Pocket's Gyarados to be scary as hell. Yes, Dark and Rock-type Pokemon are banned, TV. It is a Galarian Rapidash, yes. We get to go for the Trailblaze, but man, Pocket's Gyarados could get out of hand. DHC does have a healthy energy head start on his Gyarados, but could definitely get a little uncomfy. Pocket opting for the Icy Wind, so valuing the debuff over the damage. Neither one would pick up the knockout, but it does get the Guru slightly lower. Oh, the Undertap. Because if he threw one on the move, Pocket could have potentially looked to try and catch that back onto the Turtonator, but now no catch attempt will come through. Oh, it's Gyarados time. Oh, he pivots the Turtonator! Oh my goodness. Both trainers. Oh, he's going for the bait. Pocket with the no shield! Immediately sniffs that out. He knows even if it's a claw, it will not knock out. Instant no shield. And now the Aqua Tail will come through. Turtonator's ability to withstand a lot of Dragon Breaths does help it in this matchup. Aqua Tail will not threaten a knockout, but DHC has to use the shields somewhere, so the shield does come out. Turtonator has not built up to the Dragon Claw. Pocket will still put up the shield, as even though Brutal Swing would not knock out, it could potentially set up a Dragon Breath snipe from the Gyarados from DHC. The farm continues for Pocket. Pocket trying to get this into Aqua Tail range. You turn the music down a little bit? Yeah, I got you. All right, I turned it down a little bit. Okay, hopefully that's better. Ooh, the Turtonator hangs on. In comes a Rangaroo. No charge attack reached. In comes the Gyarados. The cap tie from Pocket, but he loses the cap tie, and the shield comes up. Pocket does have the back-to-back Aqua Tails loaded. This is not Aqua Tail range on DHC's Gyarados, but it is not far off. The Aqua Tail will be thrown. DHC knows this back-to-back Aqua Tails loaded. He will put up the shield, but he's switch locked. He's not going to be able to escape this matchup yet, and that means Pocket gets the connect with this Aqua Tail, and DHC knows he's in trouble. Pocket, this Aqua Tail will do just too much damage to the Gyarados. Gyarados can hang on, but not by much. The Dragon Breath down. All that's left for DHC is the Turtonator. It has the swing. It cannot use it. Pocket has 2 Pokemon alive, and Pocket, with a 2-0 victory, he's on to day 2 of LAIC. Let's go, Pocket. Well done. Oh, we got Arrow now. Holy shit. Arrow versus Elche? We're getting spoiled. Because this is like a really energy-focused meta. We are getting spoiled by having so many top trainers play against each other. Because the good people are usually not losing early. Oh my god. This is really going to end up as the most stacked top cut in history. Because, like, all of the demons are making it out of their groups. Wait, oh, Abomasnow? What? Arrow, what? I'm sorry. Remember when I said this meta was flexible and neutral, and then Arrow showed up with a fucking Abomasnow? God damn it. I love Arrow. Great guy. God damn it, Arrow. Arrow was like, I am going to craft a mod that is so RPS. I do wonder if it's Leafage. I think Leafage would make sense. I do think Leafage would make sense. Like, looking at, like, considering Dugong's a thing, surely it's Leafage. Okay, Dugong, Medi, Turtonator, a fucking Abomasnow, Vespiquen, and Gyarados. And for Elche, Runorigas, Turtonator, Dugong, Medicham, Oranguru, and Gyarados. Yeah, Arrow has a non-Oranguru team. Okay, they're locked in, folks. No, they're not locked in. I was lied to. Elche versus Arrow. Game number 1, Oranguru into a Leafage Abomasnow. This is a Weather Ball Abomasnow, no Icy Wind shenanigans. Abomasnow has farmed up quite a bit of energy and an instant no shield from Elche on his Oranguru. Weather Ball is going to land. That's some pretty sizable damage. Oranguru going to farm up to the back-to-back Brutal Swings. Arrow not going to go for the cap tie there. Instead, just going to take the free Leafage. Brutal Swing into the Abomasnow is going to land. Abomasnow will actually survive the next one as well, but will go for the charge attack priority tie. Elche now has to figure out, will this knock out? I guarantee he's not had scrims into Abomasnow. He no shields. Oranguru hangs on! Oranguru, oh my goodness. Oranguru hangs on. Oranguru has that absolute dog in him. Elche is going to concede this farm down. Elche's back Pokemon are pretty well positioned into arrows. In comes the Medicham. Oh, 3 Psycho Cut head start is really nice. That's really nice. Out comes the Gyarados, and this puts Turret on the rune, which is where Elche wants it. Immediate Aqua Tail from Arrow, instant no shield from Elche. Again, when we see the good, like the really, really strong players of this meta, they've played it again and again and again. This has been a factions meta for quite some time. It's now the Gym Breakers meta as well. So in addition to all the practice scrims these trainers do before these battles, they've had a ton of grassroots practice. Gonna throw the Dynamic Punch right before this Aqua Tail is reached. Dynamic will not knock out, but this is setting up an endgame where it's a 2-shield Turtonator into a 2-shield Runerigus. Elche now has to decide. He does not yet know what is in back. Is he saving 2 shields for the rune? He is saving 2 shields for the rune. Metacham will hang on. We should see a simultaneous switch out here. It's going to be the Ember Turtonator into the Runerigus. Ember is going to mean this Runerigus is going to get dramatically outpaced, but the lack of fast move pressure does in the 2-shield tilt this over towards the Runerigus. Runerigus, oh my goodness, the bait coming out from Elche. Arrow thinking about calling it. He puts up the shield. So, Score Vthar, once you've claimed it, you have to go to the link that's in my pinned message in chat and then sign in, and then you'll be able to get the actual code itself. The Brutal Swing does get shielded, still at full power. Now the Turtonator is going to be at -1 as Elche finally throws the Rock Tomb. Arrow in a bit of a tricky spot here. The shield does come up on the Rock Tomb. You would love to be able to reset the debuffs. The Ember's slowly adding up over time as this Brutal Swing is going to be landing. No more Protect Shields for Elche for the remainder of this game. The Brutal Swing will land. It looks like it will 2-shot from this health range. And it's going to be, oh my goodness, there's a catch attempt! Oh, but the charge attack priority tie. Arrow not going to let Medi make that Dynamic Punch. Arrow nodding his head here. The Brutal Swing will take the knockout. There is a Rock Tomb banked. It's going to be charge attack priority, and Turtonator is winning it. Arrow with the Ember Turtonator. Great energy management, patience, not letting Elche catch. Arrow takes game number 1. I believe it was because it had he accidentally registered it with a moveset that was not possible. I believe it was like double foul play or something. So he was given the choice of getting a game loss. It was either a game loss or a round loss. Or he could compete with 5. And he didn't want the loss. So he just said, I'll compete with 5. Because he accidentally registered an illegal moveset. And it wasn't even a moveset that would give him an advantage. It was a moveset that he literally couldn't use. Oh, it was Dark Pulse plus foul play? Okay, gotcha. Great patience by Arrow at the end. Dugong into Gyarados. Save switch into the shiny Metacham. Metacham going to be answered with the Turtonator. I honestly like this from Elche because Elche does not have to play for switch now because getting the Turtonator out of the way means that Gyarados loses its number 1 target. Oh, the shield actually does come up. And now Dynamic Punch is going to connect. I don't know this matchup as the Incinerate Turtonator because I've only been playing Ember. Ooh, the back-to-back Dragon Claws are reached. Dragon Claw will not knock out the Metacham, which means that there will have to be an undertap of a Brutal Swing here. Yep, there it is. And Arrow's going to let this go. I wouldn't be surprised to see Elche aggressively pivot back into the Dugong. Because I don't think you want to concede this farm down. Yes. Yes. I love that play. That's a really, really good play. And he's actually going to let Gyarados throw first because he doesn't want to be energy dry. That kind of repivot is just so good in this meta. Especially with, like, you can't do that if you haven't seen the Medi. Ooh, gets the Icy Wind catch. Does sneak the Ember. Very well timed by Arrow. And it's his own Medi in the back. Medi is looking really good for Elche. Another bait! Oh my goodness. And another no shield. Ground Pokemon are allowed TV. Like, Runerigus is a ground type. He really tried to escape. At -2, a Claw won't knock out, so he can let this go. I'm not sure, Swagworth. I hope so, but I'm not expecting it. In comes Medi. He just throws a -2 Brutal Swing just to burn his timer. It's going to do basically no damage. This is purely just a timer burn. So he can get back with the Gyarados on the field. Gyarados, Aqua Tail, no shield from Elche. God, this meta is so fucking good. This meta is so fucking good, man. Every game is intense as hell. This meta is so good. So, Marowak is like ground types aren't expressly banned, but this is an allowed typing meta. So they allowed 5 typings and then did a bunch of bans. So ground itself isn't one of the allowed typings. So Runerigas gets in because it's a ghost type. That's also ground. But pure ground is not on the whitelist. In comes the turret. There's a switch into his own turret to catch and sneak. And Brutal Swing doesn't knock out here. He does get the swing. But he was able to get arrow very, very low, and that's honestly preferred. Like, you don't want this energy. You want the farm on the Metacham. Yeah, look at that farm. Yo, Yugi just became a channel member. Thank you so much for supporting the content, Yugi. I appreciate you. And Elche wins off that farm down with Medi. This is also a guaranteed win, too. All right. Holy fuck. We're going to a game 3, folks. We're going to a game 3. God, this meta is so fucking sick. This is like Go PvP at its best. This shit like this is why people like ban, like nerf the like tap fast move pressure shit. Because it all turns into this like insanely skillful meta with all that shit gone. This is a horrifyingly bad matchup for Turtonator. Instant Turret is better in Medi. It's still not great in Medi, but it's better in Medi. This matchup as Ember, you are very sad. And he has Obama Snow in the back, so he can't really pivot out. You just always outpace as Medi. Ooh, in comes Gary. He doesn't have a good check to this. He doesn't have a good check with this. I would, Jarowin, yes. Having the top meta Pokemon is way more important than having good IVs of them. This is close to tail range, yeah, so we will put up the shield. With Arrow having, like, Elche had Oranguru game 1, but he benched it game 2. The no shield here. Aqua Tail, big damage, but does that hit for super effective. Even a swing will knock out from this range. So he will go for the swing. If Arrow really wants to preserve the Gary, he can shield it, but he's going to let it go. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, we're going to end up with Turret on an Obama Snow. We're going to end up with Turret on an Obama Snow. No! Least RPS Obama Snow moment. Least RPS Obama Snow moment. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Does he call this as a swing? No, he doesn't. Oh my lord. Yeah, so return would get same type attack bonus on a normal type, yes. He does need a claw here, I believe. It's very close. It's very close. It's very close. Yo, what's up, Wind? So this is actually the current, he gets there, and it's very close, but I think it does barely knock out. It'll be like 1 HP if it lives. Yeah, it does knock out. And then it's just a bomb of snow getting melted. But yeah, Wind, thank you for the 5. Yeah, so this is actually currently a meta in Go Battle League as well. Although in the Go Battle League version, it allows shadows, and this meta doesn't allow shadows. But yeah, poor Obama Snowman. I don't think this knocks out. I think he should have just gone for the ensign. Oh, it does KO. Wow, Obama Snow glassier than expected. Elche day 2 winner side. My goat is back. My goat is back. My goat not washed. I have an unwashed goat. Let's fucking go. What we got next? Dial-Up versus Nighttime? Holy shit. Holy shit. Arrow versus Nighttime. Sorry, not Arrow versus Nighttime. Arrow just played Dial-Up versus Nighttime. Dial-Up with Dugong, Metacham, Oranguru, Runerigus, Matang, and Gyarados. And Nighttime with Gyarados, Oranguru, Medi, Dugong, Turtonator, a Pokemon they don't have in common, and Matang. Yeah. This is a Glasses form Nighttime Clasher. Ooh, Matang into Medi. 2 dynamic punches do miss the knockout here. Save switch Rune. Oh my god, Nighttime doesn't have anything for the Rune. Eddie save switched Rune against me in GBL, so he was actually practicing this line. I do like the fact that by queuing a lot of these people, I kind of get insight into what they're running. So the Shadow Ban is meant to be in effect for GBL, but they just didn't do it. But for the tournament, yeah, all shadows are banned. The meta is better without shadows. You want to know how brave I am as a person, chat? Do you know where I had the argument that this meta is better without shadows? I went to Jamie Finn's server called the Shadow Hub and presented the argument that shadows make this meta worse. And they were like, you know where you are, right? And I'm like, yes, I know where I'm at. Shadows make this meta worse. How did it go? I think hearts and minds were changed. Because I had some people in there who agreed with me. The Crunch debuff did occur, but the Icy Wind debuff negates it, so Crunch still will not knock out. Ooh! Eddie just not able to have that Switch Claw come up to save the Gyarados. In comes Medi. Back in comes the Matang. The Matang's taking a little bit of damage. I don't think it's enough damage to where 2 dynamics will knock out, but he has a little bit of Rune left. So he doesn't have to get the exact knockout if he can get it like into Rune snipe range. Yeah, that's really close. But he's guaranteed to land a Psyshock. Yeah, I think the only Shadow that's annoying is Shadow Noir. Shadow Noir is a pain in the ass. Does Eddie go for the Shock and Awe campaign of just instant Rune here? And does Nighttime... Oh, Nighttime doesn't have a counterplay. Oh! Eddie! Does he get the swing? Oh, Nighttime the catch! Oh my goodness! Oh, what a play! Oh, he saves the Gary, the undercharge by Dial-Up. He's going for Metacham farm. Oh, that's a sick farm for the Metacham. Nighttime has energy on the Gyarados, but he doesn't have enough. Dial-Up gets Dynamic Punch, and Dial-Up takes game 1. Oh my goodness, what a game! What a game! Catches, undercharges, dynamic gameplay. This is Pokemon Go PvP at its absolute finest, folks. Holy shit. This is so good. This is so good. This truly feels like a my steak too juicy, my lobster too buttery moment. Every game is just pure cinema. Yeah, dynamic does, I think, 3% more or 4 damage more in the Medi mirror. So I imagine those like values are pretty similar elsewhere too. Matang into Matang. Oh, Eddie has purified Matang. No return though. None of them like this matchup is so weird because you can't do any damage to each other. So they're both. Oh, Eddie throws first. So this is the first ever limited meta tournament, Derek. So they have 5 allowed typings and a bunch of spot bans, and then all dark and rock types are banned. I think Eddie is just gonna pivot here. Yep. Yep. Easy pivot. Very good timing from Eddie. Oh, it's rewards.pokemon.com. My fault. Let me pin that. Rewards.pokemon.com. Try that. Sorry about that. And he pivots again. This is how you know Eddie's been playing the fuck out of this meta in GBL. He knows that you are just never giving up these farm downs ever. Yo, nice, Norwegian. And is he choosing to let this go? Everything else is really low for Dialab, which is a little scary. This doesn't knock out, so I think he lets it go, yeah. Like, shield management is just everything in this meta. And he saved his energy on Matang. Ooh, Psyshock. Even a Gyro wouldn't knock out here, but Nighttime does put up the shield. Sends in Matang. Does he undercharge this at all? Yes. Because everything's about farm. Everything's about farm. Is NTC going to stop tapping? No, NTC takes the knockout. But now he can go Gary and DB him down. God damn, Eddie's playing so fucking well. Oh my goodness! Eddie! This doesn't knock out, but he's trying everything he can to win this game. Crunch will do big damage, getting Dugong low. In comes the Rune Rodriguez. Oh, Rune can't farm down. Eddie did everything he could to get that game as close as humanly possible, but NTC hangs on, and we're going to game 3. I really liked how Eddie played that game. Holy shit, man. These games are just so skillful. Yeah, Dial Up has one reached us before, yeah. Okay, Rune into Turt. Safe switch Gary. Answer with the Gong. Oh, and it's Matang in the back. I immediately feel like I like NTC's positioning better in this game. Even though he doesn't have switch, which is a little odd. What beats Noir? Orangaroo. So that's why people don't really run it. He's able to save Gary, very low HP. Out comes Matang. This will be tricky, but with the desync of the timers, I think there's a world in which NTC can like wiggle his way out of this with Turt. I don't think we've seen his Turt set, right? Oh, he is Ensign. He pivots into the rune. He's up a lot of energy. The Psyshock is saved, though. The Psyshock is saved. So if he's ever able to get it into Psyshock range, that could be kind of nice. So there's a question of, does he go for a Brutal Swing bait? He does. DC puts up the shield. Yo, Gems with the 40. Yo, happy Friday, Gems. Welcome in. Oh my goodness, NTC! NTC! Aquatail, all that energy down the drain! Oh my goodness, what a play! He saved the Gyarados earlier. He gets the move. And that's going to do it. He's not in Psyshock range. Holy shit, well played. NTC's back. NTC is back. Because even if he didn't have a shield, this isn't Psyshock range. What beats Orangaroo? Your own Orangaroo. If you want the honest question, your own Orangaroo. Holy shit. What do we have next? Swagron versus Zardy. Very well played. Very well played. We're starting to catch up to live. All right, I should probably figure out what I'm going to eat. Hold on. I should figure out what I'm going to eat. Dueling Vespiquens. I said I was going to eat and then answered a business email and then forgot that I was going to eat. Okay. Quickly. What I do need is like something that I can like eat with a fork. Something that I can eat with a fork is what I need. Oh, Turt into Gary. That's not where you want to be, Azardi. Swaggeron, getting Aquatail, but as the Turt, you never shield this. The thing that's really nice about this meta is this meta is going to fucking teach you to not shield moves that don't KO you. And that's one thing that I really like about it, is this meta will, by brute force, teach you to not shield moves that don't kill you. And that will make you a better player, which is really cool. Crunch, and then this is just like nasty Dugong farm down. Medi could be really, really scary for Zardy in the back. Yo, let's go, Pluto. Ooh, defense drop. Crunch still doesn't knock out, but that's an annoying defense drop for Swagron. But I make a team building video. I find something like that would be tough because it can depend a lot on the meta. Ooh, that next confusion. With the debuff, is this a 1 HP survive? I think it's a risk to try and stay in, so you just have to pivot out, yeah. If you're counting, you know it's just a swing. Ooh. A miscount from Swagron. You can Ice Punch here, which is nice. Okay. We are setting up our lunch. We're setting up our lunch. Ooh, does get there on like 1 HP. The shield comes up from Zardy. This Oranguru is loaded. Here comes Dugong. Oh, gets farmed down. That's game. Why does no one use Togetic? It's a very risky bring. We've seen a few Kiss, but it's stronger in Blind than in Show 6. Zardy pulls magic out of a hat. Okay. We have officially placed the lunch order. I will be having food today. Big dubs. Big dubs. I decided to get a burrito bowl, as I feel like that's something that I can like eat and still yap. I can eat and still yap. All right. I'm back locked in so we can fast forward. Cause like I like burritos, but like try to eat a burrito on stream. Ooh, Dugong into Vespi. Vespi can hit for big super effective damage with Power Gem, but generally you would prefer to be the Dugong here most of the time. But the ability to like gem and dance out is kind of nice for Zardy, as it puts a lot of pressure on the Dugong. Dugong. Oh, Zardy actually wants to take the damage on Vespi compared to anything else on his team, so he should just no shield here, I would assume, yeah. Because Vespi's very bulky. Yeah. Because he doesn't have like a Bulkmeister in the back. Ooh! Debuffed gem catch onto a Medi? God damn! That's a sick play. Holy shit, dude. This baits out the Gary, and Swaggeron's Gary is about to be nuclear in the back. Holy fuck. That's a sick play. That's such a sick play. Yeah, that's nasty. Oh my goodness. So now we're learning in zeros, it looks like double dynamic is the play. Shield comes up from Zardy. He pivots Dugong. Aqua Tail doesn't KO, so you can just let this go. Ball nowhere. Oh, that's awesome, Jorikai. Yeah. Pato's so good. In comes the Turtonator. Just to get Gyarados. Yeah, and not waiting the clock is the correct play here. Because there's no energy on Vespi. The Gyarados just threw, so Swagron just wins. I think the safest play is probably the double crunch route. Yeah, Swagron knows it. I think Swagron is like a non-GBL YouTuber. Is a non-GBL YouTuber, but like he's very good at battling based on what we've seen here. We putting up the shield there. Yeah, double crunch route. Not a double crunch wrap, a double crunch route. I'm hungry. But everything just gets farmed down. Good response from Swagron. That catch on the Medi. Mwah. Medi has an insane defensive profile in this meta. All right, game 3, let's go. We're making good time catching up. Because we started like so many hours behind the live broadcast. I think like 5 hours behind. Oh, that's awesome. Ooh, goes to the crunch. Defense drop. Yeah, Zardy just going to let this go. Everyone should just kind of play zeros here. If he wants to get... Yeah, I was going to say if he wants to get fancy, he waits a turn and catches on Dugong. But I still think this is fine. Rune farm for sure. Oh, he goes Gong farm. Zardy's game to lose in my eyes. Yeah, Dugong can throw on 6 and it's perfect timing. Yo, Shira with the gifty to Fict. Yo, Shira, you are too kind. Thank you for supporting the content and for helping our homie Fict avoid ads. And he now gets access to this elite emote. Oh, I got a spray for that. All right, spray done. We're back. I really need to refill this at some point. Gets to apply another debuff. Swagron puts up the shield. But yeah, this is tough. This is very tough. Pivots out. Back in comes the Dugong. Just looking to get any kind of damage on Zardy here. This should burn the clock. In comes the Orangaroo. Ooh. That's really nice understanding of I'm going to be behind by a turn, so I can throw like 1 in the move. Swagron shield. Swagron needs to outpace here, and he's going to get outpaced by a singular turn. Ooh! Wait, misplay. He didn't throw his TB. He throws 2s, the confusion doesn't land. Hold. He undercharges, but it'll still knock out. And he just has to frantically pivot. Oh, but the Dugong has a move. So the Dugong just throws. Yeah, GG's. I forgot the Dugong had a move. I forgot the Dugong had a move. My fault, chat. My fault. Yeah, Glalie is more strong in a blind format. Glalie's like a zeros demon, but it's very unreliable when there's a lot of shields up. Was that Ash? Ooh, Ashton Ash for Spartan L. Our first Bronzong sighting of the day. Our first Bronzong sighting of the day. Hello, chatters. Bracket update. From Group M, Septile Ice has gone 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and later on today will be in winners finals against Palasha. Sorry, like group finals against Palasha. So, our GOAT Septile Ice, cooking. But that's a tough draw in Palasha. All right, let's go Ash. Ooh, Gary into Gong. Ooh. Gong, very good in back for Ash. Let's go, Yakai. Yo, what is the elo sitting at, Yakai? I tried to play. I couldn't sleep last night, so I tried to play at like 2 a.m. and I got my ass beat. Ooh, the catch and sneak. 3281, nice. I was at 3262. And then I think I'm at 3180 something because I went 1-4 twice trying to play just to like make myself fall asleep. Didn't work very well. I just got outplayed because I was tired. Ash getting that catch is really nice. It is a limited meta PD, yes. 3379, holy goat. Where was the Watch Rabbit? Yeah, just dance back into Gary. If he's 3 off the tail, this is insanely good for Ash. Oh, Spartan didn't throw. A miscount from Spartan. And he just lets the energy go. Wow. That's costly from Spartan. God damn, that's a good copy pasta. Yeah, part of the issue with trying to play at like upper half of boards is like 80% of those players are in Brazil right now. Last night the queue times were really good because it was all the people who were in Brazil getting last second practice. This is scary. Guru is so far behind. I think this is a bad bait. Yeah, because Ash lets it go. Oh my goodness, you almost have to blaze to knock out. But if you blaze, it's a really safe catch on a turret. Okay, he does swing 2-2 cover for the catch. Jeez. Yeah, that rotation is rough, Yakai. I genuinely don't know what I'm gonna do. Outpaces by a turn. But this like you remove the Turtonator, but then you just like free up the Gary again. I guess I'll do UL and ML. Well, probably not ML. Oh, he didn't throw his move! Ash, no! Ash, no! No, he didn't click his move! Oh, no, he's fine. He still wins. His Gary's healthy enough. He still wins. He still wins. He still wins. What just happened? I think he didn't click the move. We can rewind it, but he should be healthy enough to win. Yeah. He wins anyway. Well, let's rewind. I think his finger missed the button. Yeah, he clicked it too late. He clicked it too late. Yeah, he clicked one too. Yo, games with the raid. He clicked one too many times on the dugong, and that triggered the fast move. Like, look at this. He's clicking. The switch is triggered, and he clicks again before clicking that, and it triggered the fast move. That's why. Yo, Gains, welcome in. Gains and Gains viewers. Shout out. Pokey Gains. Welcome in. Hope you had a wonderful stream. These LAIC games are crazy, bro. They're crazy. Every game feels like it's a grand finals. It's been nuts. It's been absolutely crazy. Okay. Dugong into Dugong. Both have Garys. And then it's Orangaroo for Ash and Turt for Spartan. So alignment matters quite a bit here. Like, ooh, Ash. Hold on. Look at the health difference. Look at the Dugong's chat. I'm rewinding this. Look at the Dugong's health bars. Look at the Dugong's health bars. Spartan has a Slayer. Look at this. Look at the health bar. Spartan has a Slayer. Ash is having to debuff just to put Spartan at 2. But Spartan already had Ash at 2. Better than you. Oh, so much fucking better, bro. Every game is like heart-stoppingly close. Every game is heart-stoppingly close. So that's really good info to have. Because the only issue, I can't afford to sleep. Yeah. Yo, I will keep the VODs up. So if you want to go to bed and watch it back after, I will keep the VODs up on Twitch. You mentioned earlier, Des, DRE, like, I know you showed something, but DRE has never been reviewable in the championship series. It is like, I know you pulled up something where it said that, but the judging precedent is DRE is not reviewable. If it is, every game would be fucking reviewed. Got another 4-1. Let's go, Yakai. They've been pretty clear about that precedent. That they are not going to review games where DRE exists. But this just sets up Ash's Gary so nicely. Yeah, that's a healthy head start. You're forced to go do. If you no shield, you end up having to shield Brutals later. We have not seen a single Clay doll, no. Hydrate, I got you, Jack. If you're Ash, do you just do 4 here and then a catch? No catch. Okay. He's getting quite low. The back-to-back swings are available for Turt here. Can he just DB down, though? He is at -1. Oh, in comes the gong. Throws there. The second ice shard won't register unless Spartan shields. Spartan shields, so the ice shard will land. That forces the switch out. Ash goes for the drill run. But I think he's just too low. Yep. Not enough damage. Oh my goodness. Not enough damage. Spartan survives. That shield to guarantee the ice shard landed was really nice. Like situational understanding by Spartan. It does a shitload of damage, Tiger. My favorite part was the dugong mirror. What's interesting about it is the games all end up insanely close. Like the teams are almost always virtually identical. But yeah, HU is a bum. I'm so serious. I don't know who brings a Claydol. It'll be tough because Claydol is just so horrifically bad into Gary, and Gary is just like kind of the best Mon. They've had reviews though, Dez, of people wanting to review DRE, and they were like, yeah, nah. So he just plays zeros because he just gets Gary farm here. Oh, he goes Gong farm. Tricky. This is an interesting trailblaze because you win the zeros as a Rangaroo. You win the zeros with double swing. So this tells me Ash is going to be like heavily investing in this Guru if that's his play pattern. Is he like double shielding and farming down? I think if he's playing it like this, he is double shielding because he just wants as much Guru value as he possibly can. Oh, the debuff actually hurts. Does the debuff allow a drill run to knock out? Normally it would not, but that's a tricky debuff. That might force him out here. He goes Icy. Icy won't knock out though. Icy, I'm confident won't knock out. A drill run may have. It would have been really close. He undertaps. The shield goes up. I just don't think there's enough damage you can do. Because you have to bring in Gary here. But you're really far behind. Wait. Oh, God. This is going to be such a close fucking game. This is going to be such a close fucking game. He should be fine, no? Yeah. Ash should win this because Ash is always guaranteed to get an Aqua Tail. Ash is always guaranteed to get an Aqua Tail. Yeah. I had to do the math there for a sec. God, Gary is a nightmare, dude. Yeah, because you have the guaranteed win condition by going Dugong. You just go Dugong, man. It's guaranteed. He knows. Let's go, Ash! Winner side day 2. Colin 6, the European versus JW Naldo. All of the ball knowers are running Metacham. This is why I had my Metacham video come out today, chatters. Because I knew. Metacham, Matang, Dugong, Arangaroo, Turtonator, and Gyarados. And for JW Naldo, Aruna Regis, Togekiss, Metacham, Arangaroo, Turtonator, and Dugong. Imagine running counter on Medi. Yeah, could never. I'm surprised Naldo pivoted out there. Because he just doesn't have to, right? Like, you can stay in with the kids, throw 7 in a Nowhere Sphere. But I guess he just doesn't want to give the energy lead. Ooh. Medi is really strong into Colin's team. Colin's best Medi answer from the line of 3 he brought is his own Medi. Ooh. It's a bit of a swing for Naldo just because he won't have to have Medi on Medi. It'll be Medi onto Guru Dugong, which is a lot better. You kept high here on the swing. I would have considered capping with the swing one before the claws. That's when Colin was likely to throw, but he doesn't end up going for it. These ice punches fucking hurt Togekiss, by the way. Togekiss gets clapped. Yo, what's up, Sylvia? Welcome in. Like, that's a lot of damage. Is cap tie here? No cap tie, so he's going for the farm. Colin can leave, no, right? Just go Guru. Oh, he goes Gong. Interesting. And just let it. Oh, he's double shielding the Gong. But Naldo can force 2 shields or just go Medi. I think he's gonna stay to force 2 shields. Oh, he banks and then goes Medi. Holy shit. I think Colin will win this, but Naldo's doing what he can. Naldo's doing what he can. Yeah, you don't want to take the second debuff, so you have to throw here to take the knockout. Yeah, because debuffed, this is like the only scenario where Medi cries is Medi's debuffed and it's at like half HP. Hey, that's awesome, Sylvia. Because now Dynamic doesn't get its almost 2 shot. And he just goes for the blaze. Calm, cool, and collected. He's gonna have to shield and like, because he has to reset it, right? Wait, can he get another? Hold. He can get another dynamic here. Holy fuck, Metachamp spacing. He has an Aura Sphere on Kiss. Colin does have the ability to catch. Oh, Naldo predicts the catch. Oh my god, what an endgame. Naldo predicts the catch. Colin doesn't go for it. And you can see them smile about it. That's a sick endgame. It just comes down to like a gut check of you have to read your opponent. And Colin read him like a fucking book. That's a sick game. Yeah. The mind games are crazy. Ooh. Colin's lagging a bunch. Yeah, Colin missed a turn to start there. So, Naldo is from Brazil, Alex. Colin is from the Netherlands. Is he gonna be so happy about this meta return of Gong and Medicore? He has been running a lot of Firo, actually, Yakai. Interestingly enough. Hey, I'm happy to hear that, Sylvia. That's awesome. Guru into Guru. It's boosted up, so it does take a lot of damage here. And then in comes Turt. Oh, Ember! I love Ember Turtonator. What a handsome Pokemon. This is close to exact HP. I think it hangs on. It does, yeah. That's why, like, yeah, I think it's an acceptable risk, right? There's someone in my YouTube chat rage baiting me by saying that they should buff Palkia. I am calm. I will not be rage baited by people telling me to buff Palkia. I will not be rage baited by people saying Palkia needs to be better. Yo, let's go, Pluto. I am Team Ember. I'm Team Ember. Yeah. Naldo will be able to take the knockout with the Ice Punch here, so won't have to throw a Dynamic, which is kind of nice. There's still the Gong in the back. Oh, no! Costly misplay from Naldo. I guess he's doubled up on Dynamics, and that doesn't KO, but that still scared the shit out of me. That still scared the shit out of me, man. Colin doesn't get his fast move through. Oh my goodness. That's so needlessly risky to cap tie that. In comes Guru. Guru putting up shield. That's so risky for no reason. Like, it paid off because it didn't KO, but there was no need. There was no need. Yo, it says my food is 3 minutes away. We might be back. We might be actually so back. Naldo versus the final boss. Who's going to take it? Trying to get this game done before my food. Oh. Turn to Dugong. Medi time. Oh my god, Medi! Medi! He gambled that there was no Medicham, and he was incorrect! Out comes the Medicham. Naldo is on curve to throw 4 in Dynamic, 1 in Dynamic, and then dance out of the matchup and still have like a 60% health Medicham. Oh my god. That's going to be the critical thing. Oh, Colin's double shielding. The only reason you shield here is if you're double shielding. Colin's double shielding. Guru Miro on lead, play zeros, cap tie second one, and then pivot into Dugong or Gyarados. Yeah, the only reason you do what Colin did is if you're double shielding. Medi still doesn't have to shield this. But does Colin... Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. Colin investing so heavily here. He saves Dynamic. He is down a Confusion in the mirror, but that's a fine place to be because like the Confusions plus the Brutal Swings don't knock out. Yeah, I always just go double swing and then go for farm because this just doesn't KO. Oh, that surprises me. We do see a shield come up on the Guru. I assumed we were 2 shielding Gong, but he sees it a little differently. Okay. It's close. He hangs on 1 HP. He knows the pivot's coming. Oh my god, the cap tie. Yeah, you know you tank 1, so. Nice. Colin's gonna have to catch the Dynamic. He basically just has to not let Dynamic land on his Dugong. His biggest asset that he invested everything into was the HP on this Dugong. And that's the thing that's going to have to win him this game. God, this is going to be such a trip. He still has the Guru available for a catch. Do you bring in the Medi and then go Guru? Like, how do you play this? Oh, he tries for it! He tries the catch! The patience of Naldo! He pauses the turn, sees the switch, Psycho cuts it down, dynamic punch lands, in comes Orangaroo, and that's gonna be Naldo to day 2. Oh my god, this meta sets up such sick endgames. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This meta is so sick. I think my food's here, by the way. I think my food is here. Bernardo versus Victor Hugo. All right, chat, 1 minute. I'm going to go get my food. I think it's outside. Let's fucking go. Yo, we're so back. My new sweater showed up too. My sweater showed up. My food showed up. Yo, this is great. This is tremendous. This is tremendous. Okay, we have cutlery. Incredible. All right. All right, Bernardo versus Victor Hugo. Do you know the folks that made this meta? No, but I want to give them a firm handshake. All right. Yeah. Because whoever made this meta, I need to make all the GBL metas, man. I need them to make all of the GBL metas. Yeah, they went crazy on the lettuce on this burrito bowl. This is a lettucey ass burrito bowl. I'm not mad though. It's still food and I need food. Oh, the guy on the left is really young. I didn't know Bernardo was that young. I've played Bernardo a lot. Gary versus Gary. It's always such a mind game. Like, do you crunch? Do you tail? Do you shield? Do you not? Puts up a shield early. 20% chance of a debuff. No debuff comes through. He's going to crunch as well. He no shields. That does huge damage. Out comes Celio. If I'm Victor Hugo here, I'm throwing the crunch. I'm throwing 5 more DBs, and then I'm going Dugong. He did 6 instead of 5. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He did 6 instead of 5. My fault, chat. My fault. 5 would have been more optimal, but we have pretty much called out the play he was going to do. Because now you're stuck throwing body slams at a Dugong. And anytime you have to throw body slams at a Dugong, you're a little bit sad. Orangaroo was only at like 61% usage. Orangaroo usage was actually not that high, surprisingly. This meta sparks immense joy for me. This meta sparks immense joy. It's very cool. And he pivots back into the Gary to try and snipe him down. He gets Kiss. Against the Kiss team, you really want to have Incinerate. Because Incinerate actually claps up Togekiss. Ember does no damage there. Throws on alignment there. Bernardo lets it go. Whether he's Instant or Ember, landing this tail is huge because that's like 40% of Togekiss' health gone instantly. Everything is so low for Bernardo. And there's not a lot of fast pressure for Victor Hugo. Ooh, he's Ember. This is awkward. This is very awkward for Ember. That is less than I expected somehow. Swing won't knock out, but it will get this kiss very, very low. But the issue that Hugo is going to have is Hugo kind of has to catch. But if he doesn't catch, but if he catches, he loses. Because he needs the fastball pressure from Dugong to try and prevent Gyarados from making a move. So he kind of has to stay and let the Turtonator die if he wants a chance in this game. But that might let Celio get a move. Oh! He tries to snipe him, but he catches it. Oh my god. In comes the kiss. He throws 2 in the move, so the Ice Shard won't register. God, this is going to be close. I think he's fully dry on Turt. He gets 2. How close is the Celio? Oh, Turtonator! Turtonator! Holy, what a game! What a game! Gert, which name did I get right? Oh, wow. Yo, that's cool, Yukai. Oh, Victor Hugo? Yeah. It's just very clearly Victor Hugo. Is that lost information? Do the kids not know who Victor Hugo is anymore? Oh, God, we're cooked. We're cooked, I tell you. Ooh, Gary. Oh, we brought the Matang this time. You don't know who is he? Victor Hugo is a very, very famous author. Surely everyone in English class growing up had to read Victor Hugo. I had to read a lot of Victor Hugo, and I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Does he just rebank the tail? Does he Matang or does he go Celio? Oh my god! He saves the Matang. I'm gonna... You know how I pull up Dracoviz pages for people? I'm gonna pull up the fucking Wikipedia page for Victor Hugo after this game, man. The moment you hear the shit he's written, you're gonna be like, okay, I understand. I get why Henry was aghast that people don't know who Victor Hugo is. Just wait. We'll wait till the game's over, and then I'll pull up the Wikipedia page. There's no way you haven't heard of, like, all of his shit. If this slam doesn't KO, Celio is a bum. God damn, Celio is actually a bum. It's insane. Yo, Turtonator time! Turtonator time? Turtonator time? Let's go! Ember Turt! Ember Turt! Ember Turt! I wish that too, Sean. Look at that speed! Look at that speed! Fast as fuck, boy! Yeah, you just don't have to shield this. 2 don't KOs. So you can just double up super calmly. Oh, he actually doesn't. So he just wants Matang gone. Yeah, he just goes Gary into Gary, farm it down. In comes the Celio. Aware. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, folks. This doesn't KO. Fuck, he's letting it go. Oh my god. I think that lost it for him. Because Gary has a move, right? Yeah, and he threw out alignment. He would have got the move. No, he was so far ahead. Oh no. Oh no. He was so far ahead. Oh no, I'm crying in the club. He was so far ahead, bro. Damn. I believe Hard Jeff is in the tournament. Let me look at what Hard Jeff is up to. Hard Jeff lost in losers to a Deep Con, so Hard Jeff is out. Damn. I think Hard Jeff is like the only top player I've seen fall. Exactly, Sean. Show us the wiki. The series isn't over. The drink water con. Gary into Guru. Okay. Matang in the back again. If Hugo plays it the way he has been playing it, then this new line from Bernardo punishes that. Because it would inspire a Dugong Safers to be answered with Matang rather than the Gyarados. And that would save Gary for Turtonator. Huge damage. Trailblaze is interesting. Because Trailblaze loses you the zeros. Hugo puts up the shield, though. Calling out the Trailblaze. He shields back. Holy shit. Oh, he goes Turt! And now he's gonna get fucking fried by this Gyarados. Oh no! Turtonator! Oh, that's fun, Keegan. Yeah, I don't care. Oh no. And then he just does 7 DBs in the tail. He can even do 8 if he wants to. 7's better though. Yeah. Because you double up without cap tie. If you do 8, then Hugo can shield. Gong wins zeros, but Gyarados exits with energy, which is really bad. I guess Gyarados having energy is like... fuck. This is tough. The defense drop. Oh, he hard locked it. Wait. Hold. He shields. But now he can go Gary. Oh, no. I still think he's too far behind. Because he can make a crunch. Did he have to double tail? I don't think double tail would have done it. I think it's crunch plus tail needed. Debuff. Oh my god, he Fury Cutters down. I didn't think he was getting... Holy shit. Okay, well, Bernardo wins. That's a nasty Fury Cutter down. Holy shit. I assumed he was going to throw, but he He knew his shit. He Fury cut her down. Bernardo today too. Wow, well done. Yeah, that's a nasty fucking farm down. Holy shit. Yeah. That's actually a criminal farm down. Oh my, Desynced versus Richie. Yo, to the Togetic man. There's finally a Togetic. Yeah, luckily, DRE has not been happening. Cat says respect my boy, Henry. Yo, Matang popped off there. Richie versus Desynced, the battle of two regional champions. I wonder what moveset the Togetic's on. Okay, Togetic into Guru. Togetic is really, really fat. Okay, so he's AP Gleam. Gleam lands, big damage. Richie going to immediately Trailblaze because Guru's hope in this matchup is just to try and degen through it. My team of 6 would be like the top 4 plus Metacham plus a 6 that I haven't decided on yet. He knows this doesn't knock out, so he'll just let it go. Ooh, he doesn't trust AP to knock out there. I would have done 3 in an AP. But I don't know the ranges, and I assume he does. Celio gonna be answered with Medi. Just ooh. Desynced was gonna Ice Punch bait. That's a crazy bait. He shields up. Then he goes Gary to absorb. But this Medi health's gonna be really irritating for the Gary to get rid of. Yeah, Turt, Oranguru, Gyarados. I actually don't think I would have put Rune on the team. Like, Turt, Oranguru, Gyarados, Dugong, Medi. And then I wouldn't know about the 6th. All right. We have a brief pause in the action, which means I'm legally allowed to eat some food. Oh, man. The burrito bowl, the cheese melted, so it's all kind of stringy. So it's difficult to get just like a regular ass fork full of food. We're very close to live juice, but we're not quite up yet. We've had Ember Turts make day 2, Tom. I don't want to hear it. Resisted dynamic does do more than neutral ice punch, yes. Very good counting from Richie. Rune zeros are pretty sick. Oh, he tries for the catch of the ice punch. He gets absolutely thumped with the dynamic, and that'll be a game 1 win for Desynced. As out comes Rune, and Rune can just farm down. Yeah, Chad, Desynced is on incognito mode. He told his boss, he was like, bro, I'm sick. And so now he's got to hide. I still remember there was a news story of a lady who was being interviewed going to a Taylor Swift concert, and they interviewed her with a blanket over her head because she was like, yeah, I lied to my boss and said I was sick. No, I'm a bullshitting Spellbringer. I'm bullshitting. I'm bullshitting. But the Taylor Swift story is a real one. Oh my god, Bronzong. The Zong. And then Arnold says some mons are good on paper, but bad in practice. Some mons are bad on paper, good in practice. Then there's Galarian Rapidash, which is shit on paper and in practice. So true. The Zong does take 2 dynamics. Not super well, though. Ooh. Tries for the snipe, but 1 HP survive. Gary could snipe that down later, though. Gary could snipe that down later. Because it lived, but it's like 1 HP. So there's a chance. Goes Blaze. Interesting. Swing. This doesn't knock out, but I think Rune might be able to farm down after. He does let it go. Oh, wait. It can't. But it forces him to throw, which is a fine swing for Desync. Desync is okay with that. Did you just go for Gyarados farm every time? Yeah. Oh, and the confusion doesn't register. That's so nice. Richie will have to be very careful with a snipe here. Because he has a move banked on Zong. But if he tries to snipe it into Gary, I think it dies to the DB. Oh, the bait from Desynced. Richie's thinking about it. Does he call it? Timer counting down and he puts up the shield. Oh my goodness. A swing for Desynced that does save him a little bit of energy. Richie, even if he doesn't want the charge attack, will have the ability to potentially go for a catch. The second bait from Desynced. Richie looking at the sky, looking for answers. They're not there. Does he make the call? Oh, the last second shield. 2 Aqua Tails shielded. And Gyarados, it's down on pacing, but catching back up thanks to these Body Slam baits. Or sorry, the Aqua Tail baits. The Body Slam does get shielded. He's just going for the Aqua Tail. He just wants to get a little bit of chip damage to set up the Medicham. Aqua Tail lands. In comes the Medi. Oh, the Zong gets the snipe. Yeah, he has to let this go. Surviving that is worse because he'll get less farm. What is the appeal of Celio? I don't know, but Richie wins. Yeah, Desynced did not throw the Psycho Cut there. Oh my god. Yeah, that right there was such like the narrowest of margins. He threw the Psycho Cut and it cost him the game. He needed to not Psycho Cut because he would have got the extra DBs to at least make the move. Ooh, Gyarados into Celio. Body Slam and an instant no shield from Desynced, as Celio does not hit particularly hard. 2 Body Slams will fail to take the knockout. Health does tick into the yellow as Gyarados will return fire with this crunch. Instant no shield from Richie. Richie knows crunch, not something Celio has to worry about, but a defense drop could make things a little bit uncomfortable. Insta Body Slam from Richie. No catch attempt from Desynced. Desynced just going to be no shielding as Body Slam will not be lethal. The Body Slam is going to land, getting Gyarados deep into the red. Gyarados going to try and get to this crunch, and a switch by Richie into a Rangaroo. He doesn't get the sneak either, which is unfortunate because that means the Gyarados will still stay around for a little bit of fast move pressure in the end game. Because now Desynced can pivot out, and we have the Oranguru mirror. Desynced will never throw instantly here unless he's very confident he wins charge attack priority. It is kind of a needless risk to throw so instantly. Whereas Desynced instead can just double up. And the Brutal Swing will guaranteed knock out. And it puts Richie in a really awkward spot where if Richie shields, Richie then has to risk cap tie, and a swing wouldn't even KO. So it forces Richie into letting this go. This is nice energy management from Desynced so far. And now Richie's going to have to try and set up the Gyarados somehow to sweep, but that's a lot of HP on this Oranguru. In comes the Gyarados. I like the decision to Brutal Swing, because you just need as many charge attacks as you can possibly get. Brutal Swing does get shielded, desynced. He's one off right here. This is going to necessitate Richie to fire off energy and go for the Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail should knock out here. Desync has to decide, is it worth the shield? Desync puts up the shield. Does Richie try and go for a catch? No. Richie stays on the field. He's looking at the team sheet trying to figure out, could something else do more? And he knows shields. This is good for Desync. Desync wants the fastball pressure onto this Gyarados. He does 3 in the move, and in doing so, the second confusion lands. Now Desync is never going to be shielded this. That confusion landing is really good for Desync, and the consequence of Richie throwing 7 in the move instead of 6. Now in comes Runerigus. The Aqua Tail is reached. This is super effective damage. The question is, what does more, Surf or Aqua Tail? The shield comes up from Desync. He's looking to invest in the HP bar. In comes Celio, but Celio's in trouble. Celio is going to make the Surf, but not before the Rock Tomb is reached. This is going to be debuffing the Celio. Richie again looking to the sky, but there's no help there. Rock Tomb does get shielded. This is now going to guarantee the survival of this Runerigus, and Runerigus just needs to get to the Brutal Swing. Richie goes for the Surf, but at -1, this simply will fail to take the knockout. Runerigus, pretty low health, just needs the Brutal Swing, gets the Brutal Swing, and that's going to be Desync taking home this win, as the Gyarados for Richie is just too low. It should succumb to the damage from one singular Shadow Claw. In comes the Gyarados, Shadow Claw KOs, Desync to day 2 on the winner's side out of Group L. All right, who we got next? Oh my God, my GOAT! Sceptile Ice! Wait, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Yo, Sceptile versus Palasha. Yo, on the Twitch side of things, can we please get what Fict posted? Copy pasted, please. Please. That big ass message, I need that shit copy pasted. Also, I believe we just had a raid. Who raided us? Yo, Wex with the raid. Yo, welcome in, Wex. I hope you had a good stream. Let's go. My King Sceptile Ice. If you look at his jersey, he's rocking the Home Slice Homies jersey. He's rocking the Home Slice Homies jersey. We're big Sceptile Ice fans. He has Dugong, Matang, Metacham, Gyarados, Turtonator, and Oranguru. Palasha has the Runerigus. I went 1-1 against Palasha yesterday. I beat her once, and then at 2 a.m., she got me back. Her Runerigus energy management was too good. So she has Dugong, Turtonator, Oranguru, Rune, Medi, and Gary. Hey, have a good night, Yakai. All right, I should take a bite of food before this matchup, shouldn't I? Okay. Yo, this is fire, to be honest. It's really good. Oh, terrible lead for Sceptile. Dugong into the Metacham. Insta save switch into the Oranguru. Metacham gonna throw 6 and the move. Perfect charge attack timing, factoring in the 1-turn desync by Palasha. This is a big HP loss for Sceptile Ice, but he's not going to use the shield here. Dynamic Punch lands. Out comes Gyarados, and it's Runerigus in the back for Palasha. Sceptile Ice going to look to boost up his attack stat with this Trailblaze. Another charge attack will take the knockout. He's just trying to get whatever damage he can. Gyarados going to look to fire off a charge attack. Oh, Palasha tries to cap tie, and Sceptile Ice gets a free confusion. Sceptile now very comfortable shielding up, as that was a risky play by Palasha, and it backfires. Sceptile is double shielding the Oranguru now for switch advantage. That's very risky. Giving up your shields early in this meta can backfire in a big way. Okay. He's now firing off boosted Brutal Swings at the Metacham. Metacham is a great damage sponge right here for Palasha. Palasha has the Rune in the back. The Rune looks like it can easily sweep for Palasha, because Sceptile is very, very weak to Rock Tomb. Oh, he goes Gary. Palasha gonna chip with a dynamic punch before sending out the rune. Sceptile had to dance out of the matchup. There was no other way. This is gonna be a very tricky game. Palasha has the undertap, or Sceptile will make it to an Aqua Tail. Ooh, interesting. So Palasha is just gonna double shield and look to knock out with a brutal swing. So Palasha actually valuing the energy more than the shield. So she's burning all her shields here. We'll farm up and take the knockout with the swing. She has a ton of energy coming into this Dugong matchup. Medi's still around too, although Medi did throw a dynamic punch at the Gyarados. This will be tricky for Sceptile Ice. In comes the Dugong. There's already a Rock Tomb locked in and ready to go for Palasha. Oh, this is going to be a very tough game for Sceptile. Rock Tomb is going to land. That's big damage. And Rune will outpace here. Rune going to make the Rock Tomb. Sceptile just going to stay on the field. And I think he knows at this point, it's just over. That picks up the knockout. He was hoping for the 1 HP survive, but it's not to be. He'll be able to take the knockout, but Medicham will get to a charge attack and take home this win. Because the Medicham should have residual energy. Yeah, there it is. All right. Oh, he made it very close. Look how low that Medicham was, though. He almost pulled that off. He almost pulled that off. Holy shit. For going down 2 shields early, he made that very fucking close. If there's a battler you don't want to be down a game against, Palasha is definitely on that list. So undertapping is basically just tapping your move instantly after their charge attack. Ooh, okay. Gary into Medi. Relatively fine lead for both sides. Yeah, the double 1 HP survive was unfortunate, yeah. Yo, Thomas with the 3-stream streak. Let's go. Appreciate you for tuning in. Palasha going to opt for the ice punches here. Sep will go for the Aqua Tail. It will not knock out, but that's super fine. Ooh, the Medi pivot. This makes things uncomfortable for Palasha. Yo, Savage Mysterio with the 3-stream streak. Appreciate you. Welcome in. This makes things very tricky. Yeah, Palasha banks dynamic because it's more useful elsewhere and now brings out Gyarados. This is what I like about Medi. Medi is like such a neutral presence as long as there aren't bozos running Dust Noir. Oh, and it's Guru endgame. She goes tail, instant O shield. Insta dynamic. Exactly, except Dust Noir, Super Cav. All right, she'll throw right before he gets there. And now he has to decide, is it worth burning a shield? Because if he burns a shield, then she can try and combo with her move on the Medi to cap tie. So it's a big risk. Ooh, sick Guru farm time. Guru versus Guru. The little damage that was taken does matter. Brutal swing. Okay, he's going to take the confusion. Brutal swing lands. Immediate undertap. This is going to be a close one, folks. This is going to be a very close one. Does he oh, God. Okay, he does shield. He does shield. He does shield. In comes the Medi. Oh, she clicked the wrong move. I don't think this knocks out. Oh, the error. The error. Oh, no. She clicked the wrong side. She had that one. But she clicked the wrong side. And he farms down. Wait, did she have that one? I still think his Gary could have farmed everything, right? I still think, I retract it. I retract it. I think his Gary still farms everything. I think his Gary still farms everything. Yeah. All right. I think his Gary still farms everything. Yeah. Sep wins regardless. I need to eat more food. Holy fuck. My win con identification is going to shit because I'm hungry. If there's a dignified way to eat a burrito bowl, I have not found it. Yeah, the Shuckle on stage is aura. All right. Yo, happy birthday, Mark. Oh, we start with a battle in progress. Orangaroo into the Gyarados. Full send on the crunch. Sceptile with the no shield. Oh, he's going for the Trailblaze. So he wants to try and get some kind of value into the back line with his Guru. Actually, that's kind of the perfect soft loss for his own Gary. I think you just let it go farm with your Gary. Oh, he shields. Interesting. I don't think he gets the second move. He gets to put Medi on it, though, and Medi destroys the energy. Oh, he aggro pivots because he knew he wasn't going to get there. He's like, maybe there'll be something with less fast move pressure later on. Trailblaze implies she wants to stay in the matchup, but he can whip a dynamic. Oh my God, the bait. The bait. Oh, the bait is successful. It saves a tiny little bit of energy. But this is part of why people like Medi. Medi just doesn't have to shield in the Orangaroo matchup. It's so bulky that it's a great tool for repositioning. Okay, going dynamic. It does do more damage. The bait because Paula T-Blazed. That's fair. He's just taking whatever damage he can get. It is Chipotle, yes. Can she not Psycho Cut down here? Oh my God! Medi with negative HP! Holy shit! He's locked. Ladies and gentlemen, that man is locked in. Ooh, he wanted the catch, but he threw the DB. Rank 3 best buddy. You're in chat? This motherfucker right here. I mean, you just don't care. Yeah. You just don't care. In comes Guru. Oh my goodness! No! You can see the deep breath there. Oh my lord! Sceptile Ice fighting for his life. Look at that Gyarados throwing 2 in the move. Confusion will not register. Oh my goodness. Aqua Tail knocks out. In comes the Metacham. That's getting crunched too. Stone cold. Sceptile Ice. He's day 2 LAIC winner side. Let's go. Holy shit. Oh, we got Axon. Chat, we got Axon. I think we got Axon coming up. Axon versus Javier C. 3 day 2 winner side at NIC in a row. You know why he did this, chat? You know why he... Yo, Seth, please check the Twitch chat. It's very important that you check the Twitch chat. Yo, Twitch chat. Yeah, more of that. More of that. Yeah, Septile, it's very important. It's very important that you check the Twitch chat. All right, let's take a look at these teams. All right. Our first Altaria sighting of the day. Our first Altaria sighting of the day. Altaria, Bronzong, Celio, Turtonator, Oranguru, and Gyarados. And Axon, Dugong, Matang, Oranguru, Metacham, of course, Gyarados, and Runerigas. It was sent to me so many times. Also, chat, Victor Hugo. I totally forgot to put it up. Chat, Victor Hugo is fucking Les Mis, man. Les Mis. I'm pretty sure he's Hunchback, too. Come on, man. There's no way y'all didn't know. There's no way y'all didn't know. There's no way y'all didn't know. I realized that I forgot to put it up. That Victor Hugo, man. Sep day 2 winner side. Honey. They better have some kind of honey in Brazil. Ooh, Gary into Gary. God damn it, is Gyarados his best buddy? Ooh, the debuff for Axon. So he's going to press the advantage. Even with the debuff, I think the tail is still reachable. But Javier wants out. Oh, Javier debuffed as well. What's the song? This is the League song. The League World song from 2023 called Star Walkin'. Or maybe 2024. No, it was 23. It was 23. Yeah, great ass song. Yeah, it is called Star Walkin'. I hope so, Mahesh, but I'm not confident. Yeah, I think Dusclops is a bum in this meta. Count me as a Dusclops disbeliever, but that's not really a hot take. That's not really a hot take. Ooh, the Medi hangs on. But yeah, Medi is really fucking good. And look, Axon knows how to play this fucking meta, chat. Do you see how he's never conceding a farm down? He's never conceding a farm down. He's always getting aggressive. This is how you play this shit. Ooh, he's opting for Drill Run. A lot of turns have been no-showed in the first move. Thorn says, I've received my drop, so now I can hate watch. Welcome in, Thorn. I hope you have a very successful hate watch. This crunch doesn't knock out Dugong, though. So this forces a cap tie, and Axon can opt out with a catch. He doesn't opt out with the catch. Yeah, I guess he doesn't have to, right? Yo, what's up, Bradford? Nah, the drops aren't here. The drops are in the main channel. So, oh, he swings. He needed a claw here. Swing doesn't knock out. Yeah. Yeah, he had to claw there. Rise is casting Kabos, so he's not competing. Okay. All right. It looks like it was Matang into Arangaroo and Javier save switch Gyarados. I don't know who picked this meta, but I love them. I love them dearly. They are like a child to me. They are my favorite because this meta fucks. It's really good. This meta is so good. It's a very important moment of knowing if people know ball is do they like this meta? Tom, this meta is the closest thing to like your favorite kind of how you play Ultra League. There's basically no RPS in this meta, Rambo. It's all flexible play. You dance in and out of matchups and stall. This is like the closest you could ever get to like replicating the kind of Ultra League you like. No RPS unless you're I will have the caveat. There's not RPS unless you're running dog shit. If you're running dog shit mons, you're gonna get RPS. This meta is about running the good mons. This meta is about running the good mons. It also rewards people who have been playing for 8 billion years and already had meta champs built. Because Sucker Punch Trev still doesn't even convincingly beat Arangaroo. Arangaroo wins everything but the twos, I think. So, like, it's somehow not even good. That is unfortunate, Fett, yeah. Ooh! The undercharge, because he wants Sigma Tang farm. He wants Sigma Tang farm. Palasha lost to Sceptile Sylvia. So she is still in it, but she's on loser side now. He'll need 2 swings. Yeah. Axon's wincing. Yeah, because Javier can just click Brutal Swing and win. Yeah. Well played by Javier. Because Medi just gets instant down. I'm sorry, what, Josh? That sounds good, Pluto, yeah. Auto mod will probably delete it, but I'll still be able to see it. What the fuck? Oh, Mel worked on it? Oh, that's sick. Hell yeah, Mel. Cook up young goat. Ooh, turn to Guru. I definitely prefer I definitely prefer Ember. We've seen more Incinerate, but the few Embers we've seen have had pretty nice results. But like the Incinerate timing in the Guru matchup is just so heinous. Free confusion. You need to play Fire Spin. Yeah, Turbo, it's a meta that really rewards being able to like play the game, like, and be able to manage your energy. And so it ends up being a really, really fun meta to play. I just wish they would tell the Shadows to fuck off. That'd be nice. I'm surprised he went Gyarados instead of Guru here to absorb and then just 2 shield the. But I guess the shield and the farm down isn't the worst. But yeah, Axel will just pivot out. Well, the Thorn, the nice thing about our elo range is everyone we were playing. Oh, crunch debuff. Everyone we were playing against was a fucking Brazil competitor, and as Brazil competitors, they wanted to practice their teams. Just from the official one, Kilgara. How many crunch debuffs have we seen this set, man? We've seen like 63 crunch debuffs. It's been even both sides, but it's been non-stop crunch debuffs. Jesus. Medi just wins this for Axon. He gets sniped, but it doesn't matter. Medi just wins it. Medi just wins it. It's over. Javier can't win. Javier just doesn't have the damage output to win this game. Like, I think your cope in this matchup is double crunch, but even that wouldn't do it. Bit of an odd dynamic, because I think 2 ice punches is safer. Oh, I guess he can psycho cut down after. Nah, it ends up paying off because he's on 1 HP. Axon, day 2, winner's side. Who we got next? Stud Muffins versus Bruno. All right. Give me like 1 minute to eat a shitload of food. And then we'll hop back into it, but holy fuck. Okay, we're back. Oh, you're good, Ann. So, Dynamic Punch versus Ice Punch. They have the exact same efficiency. Dynamic does slightly more, so it comes down to like what is going to be the most efficient route. Like in Axon's case, Dynamic Punch plus Farm Down was better, but if it was a little bit healthier, then 2 Ice Punches would have been preferred. All right, in that like 30 seconds, I ate more of that burrito bowl than I had in like an hour. Yeah. Bruno, another Bronzong. I'm not sure, Lugia. I'm not sure. I will run Clefable in O2. Oh, God. Oranguru. The Gyarados, okay. Ooh, Bronzong in the back. Ice Punch is 5'4". Night Owl Dynamic is 5'5". He goes Dugong because he's clearly trying to preserve Oranguru. With Zong in the back. Although I think like I have my beef with Matang. I have more beef with Bronzong. Like at the very least, Matang. Like Bronzong feels so feast or famine. Zong. Insta drill run, insta no shield. Matang haters are my enemies. All right, when Matang ends up on a fucking Turtonator or a Runarigus, I don't want to hear it. Ooh, gets the debuff and then can bail out of here. I think he just bails into the yeah. I thought he was gonna bail into the Medi low key. I thought he was gonna bail into the Medi. Blabbering. Okay. Okay. Thorn is clearly trying to rage bait me. This is sick rune farm. Oh my goodness, Bruno! Bruno! That's a sick play. Oh no! Bruno's like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. The weird thing about this matchup is Bruno's energy doesn't do shit. Like, Brutal Swing is so woefully inefficient in this matchup. He rock tombs, and I can't fault him for rock tombing here. I can't fault him for the rock tomb. Because your swings don't do any damage either, right? You're just trying to make yourself live forever. But they're still just 2 shields, so Stud just wins. Yeah, 1 Psycho Cut later. Yeah, GG. I have no idea who the Battle Frontier refs are at all. Other than it's under new management and we love Youngster Brian. Youngster Brian is incredible. We love Youngster Brian. Youngster Brian is great. He is getting Battle Frontier on the right track. You will never catch me saying anything other than exclusively great things about Youngster Brian because he's fucking awesome. Turtonator is droppable. I do think it's droppable. I would drop Matang before I drop Turt, though. Interesting choice to not blaze here. I feel like the conventional wisdom is blazing because you just do no fucking damage to Metacham. So it's interesting to see someone like derivate from that, basically. Yeah, because Medi just no shields this. Psycho cuts down and exits with a fucking dynamic loaded. Yeah, that's super, super chill for Stud. Comes Gyarados. That's good damage. Holy Song. Yes, sir. Just bank energy and zong him. He throws. Interesting. Where in Sao Paulo is the tourney held? I'm not sure. But Bruno now has to shield this because otherwise he's getting perma debuffed. Posture check? Oh, fuck. My posture was cooked. My posture was cooked. Yo, we're 4 hours into this stream. Jesus Christ. And we're still not caught up to live, by the way. We're still not caught up to live. Imagine all the stalling we skipped. Oh, you meant in South America. Gotcha. That's really valuable damage because now this is just really comfortably range where it knocks out. He's baiting. Oh my god, is Stud gonna call this? Oh no, he thought about it. A second bait. Stud. Oh my goodness. Shambles. Wrap it up. It's over. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Beautiful bait call from Stud. All right, Stud to day 2. They were 2 hours behind today. Fuck. Well played, Stud. Oh my god, we're almost caught up to live. Stone, oh my god. The two Europeans. David from Sweden and Stone Collection. DE. Is that Germany? I assume it's Germany. Someone who knows country abbreviations. Okay, it is Germany. Okay. Stone is Medi, Dugong, Matang, Turtonator, Oranguru, Gyarados, and David. Are they running the exact same lines of 6? They're running the exact same lines of 6. The E for Deutschland? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, this is a true mirror, folks. All 6 the same. Ooh, shiny Gyarados for David. Ooh, David brought them a Tang. Stone's really happy to see this on the lead and not on the turret, obviously. With the debuff and the mirror. Interesting choice here by Stone. Stone chips the mirror rather than going insta-medi. I guess to put it in dynamic. Oh, okay. It appears with the stream just skipped. My hands weren't on the keyboard. I didn't do that. Clearly, stream cut out for a little bit, but we're back. Will I be in Utrecht next year? Probably not, unfortunately, because I only cast the American regionals or some of the American regionals. What I can say is I'll be back later this season for some of the American ones. Yeah, you just don't care, Stone. And Matang's about to get Turtonated. There's arguments to be made both ways, Jay. It also can depend on IVs. Oh, but I just escaped the claims. Yeah. Oh my god. You should do a Canadian one. They do not have me going to Canada. They do not have me going to Canada. Yes, sure, I agree. The chip is pointless if he still has to throw 2 dynamics. Ooh, he catches on Matang, but he's about to get turted. Turtonator, quickly. Wow, Matang is so good. I appreciate that Matang just has this catastrophic matchup with everyone having fucking Turtonators. This is why. This doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's so incredibly catastrophic. Everything else can kind of bullshit its way out of its bad matchups, but this matchup is just like incurably ass for Matang. And it is why if I was at this tournament, I wouldn't have Matang on my team of 6. If you were at this tournament, you wouldn't be playing. So true, Trent. So true. I'd be casting that shit. I would do the Zacian. Because Mega Ray is not great for Mega Masters. Mega Ray lost its pacing with the rework to Breaking Swipe. Okay, Thorn. All right, buddy. All right, buddy. We have seen a lot of Ember, yeah. We've seen no Overheat, though. Oh, yo, Trent. So true. If Oranguru wins, Thorn has to go live. Is there anything Thorn hates more than clicking the go live button? I don't think there is. Yeah. If Thorn goes live, then I'll have someone to raid to when I'm done. That would be fantastic. Dynamic does do more damage, but the question is like, what is the most efficient way to KO someone in the mirror? And I don't know that. Yo, we got some people sending in some bits. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Ooh, David actually wants to lose this. It looks like. Gary Farm answered with the gong. Ooh, that baits out Matang. That's really good for Stone. Because Matang loses zeros. Matang loses zeros to Gong. Gong is super bulky. So Stone's going to end up, unless David shields. Oh, David does shield. Interesting. I don't think that's a stupid choice, Steve. Not at all. Especially if it's a decent one and could become like an insane one. And he doesn't throw because he knows it doesn't knock out. Yeah, he can get a sick over farm here. Yeah. So he farms into range where we'll actually take a KO. Oh, it is for literally 1 HP? Yeah, in that case, I probably wouldn't. This is a handsome bait loading. Yup. Yup. Bait his ass. Bait his ass. Oh my goodness, Stone! Holy Stone, man. Yeah, actual ice in the veins. Oh, taking it from a 13 to a 15? Then yeah, that's pretty solid. Dog! What the fuck? He calls every bait! This is David's best fast move pressure. So David shields now. David shields now. And he catches on the Gary. And now it just turns into fast move degen. Holy shit. David survives. Stone with 2 cold bait calls, but it wasn't enough. It was a good adjustment from David to realize after those bait calls that he had to shield the Matang. Very good win con identification. Game 3. Medi into Gyarados. I feel like Dynamic Punch clapped that Gary. Is that like a really dog shit Gary? Someone please tell me I'm not crazy. Someone tell me I'm not crazy. That did way more fucking damage than I feel it should have. It's shiny, so probably, yeah, that's fair. Yo! Liam says he started really playing Green League about a month ago. You're ace. What makes players better than others and other than team building? So a lot of it can come down to really important information, like knowing the counts of certain mons can allow you to overfarm quite a bit, and learning charge attack timing. There's a couple really good videos by It's Axon on charge attack timing, and as for learning counts itself, Pokemoves.com is my personal goat. Because if I see something like a Rangaroo, then you can go to Pokemoves.com. I put the link in chat, type in them on, and then it'll say, okay, for confusion, it'll show the 3-2-3-2 for the Brutal Swing. So beginning to start to learn some of that information and learning the charge check timing as well are really, really big. Yeah, PV Poke also has that information, which is really nice. I like Pokemoves just because it's a dedicated website just for the counts. Ooh, now it's David's turn. Oh no! He threw a gyro ball at a Turtonator. The bait. Does David call this? He's thinking about it. The brutal swing, the instant O shield. He's throwing these purely just to stall clock. Arrow. Mark, no. On God, Obama Snow is dog shit. On God, Obama Snow is dog shit. It's praying for RPS. It's praying for RPS. There's no need for it when you can just run the same 3 Mons and just outplay people. I swear there's not a need for Obama Snow. The energy. Crunch. Dugong survives, but not by much. Ooh, he lives. He gets the Psyshock snipe. It all comes down to, can Dugong make a move? Oh no, incinerate moment. Incinerate moment. Oh no. 5-turn move. He says, I think you're, yes. And then when in the next set we go 3 and 7 because our Obama Snow was in bad matchups instead of good matchups. Yo, what's up, Fareed? Welcome in. Shit, we are almost caught up to live, folks. We're caught up to live. Oh, shit. We're caught up to live. Yo, thank you. Thank you. Bruno versus Helios. Okay, so we're in losers now. We're in losers now. Yasser testing out auto mod. Yes. Okay. Bruno Haji versus Helios. Dugong, Gudra, Bronzong, Runorigus. You know what I just realized? Sorry, I'll finish up the team. Gyarados and fucking Oranguru. We have seen 0 Glalie. We've seen 0 Glalie. Helios has our first Fearow of the day. That's what reminded me of it, is I saw something weird. And then Fearow, Dugong, Runorigus, Oranguru, Matang, and Turtonator. There's been no Claydol, no. No Raichu, no Arctibax. I will not deny the fact that you can have a good run with Abomasnow, but in the long run, you're going to get 5 games where it's on a Turtonator or a Matang, and you're going to be like, fuck. It is inconsistent, and therefore not worth using in a meta where there is exceedingly consistent choices. The usage is only 61% of Rangaroo, but all the players who didn't have a Rangaroo lost. Abomasnow's ranked below Chatot in this meta. Chatot. Chatot. A fucking Chatot. Ooh! Bruno drill run catch. What is Metacham ranked? What is Metacham ranked? I went to OGL. Wrong league. Medi is... Why is Medi 1 above Chatot? So, sorry. Medi's 1 above Starmie. Medi's 1 above Starmie. This is your rage bait? It's working. All right, I'm gonna use chat tot. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yo, congrats on Legend Tiger. Let's go. All right, I'm not locked in at all. Okay, Dugong pivot. Oh, we're gonna get so fucking matanged. Don't tell Juice he will run chat tot. With the amount of respect Juice has given to this meta, I will let Juice run whatever the fuck he wants. Juice was in here earlier being like, yo, this meta is the greatest thing I've ever seen. And I was like, so true. So true. Double Side Shocker is not going to take the knockout here because Dugong is very bulky. Bruno was about to go icy, but yeah, Bruno just lets it go. That is, I said this earlier and I'm going to say this again. This is the meta that will teach you to not shield charge moves that don't KO. This is the meta that will teach you to not shield charge moves that don't KO. Ooh, Zong time. But Zong needs a payback if it wants to do anything. In comes the Dugong, tried for a catch, doesn't get it. And now the Zong is just frying. Yeah. Make a Cheta video? Hell no. All right, Bruno takes it. Just land the heat wave with Cheta, easy win. I forgot I can't fast forward. Fuck. Who made this meta? Apparently it was Mel who made this meta. Running Cheta and VC later? Oh, let's go. Fix doing an 025 stream. My generous king Fict is donating Elo in the 2900s. All these hours later, still working on this fucking burrito bowl. Next season, we'll have regulations on Henry Soul. Well, if it's Swiss, then I'll actually consider showing up. After this game, we're going to do a bracket update. Because there's been a lot of losers rounds that we haven't gotten to see. XL Corvus Squire ranked higher than Medi. Jesus Christ. Okay. I mean, Matang can go for a side shock and dip. Bro, someone brought Rufflet against us in Gym Breakers. And I was the only motherfucker on the team who had a Rufflet. So I had to be the one to scrim him. It's actually so bad. Rufflet is cracked? No, Rufflet is ass. I've never seen a Mon take so much damage for no reason. Ooh, interesting. Choosing to throw away Gong here. I'm on Texas, Leo. I am on the good US team for Gym Breakers. Throwing shade at the main team for fun, yo. I don't even know who's on the main team, man. I just joined, man. I don't know anything. Who is the captain of Texas? King O. My glorious king. Yeah. That ends up working out pretty nicely for Bruno that Helios was not able to, like, throw that one sooner. Ooh. We'll get Gyro. I hate that they're highlighting the Pokemon that hit the field. Yeah, that is just worse compared to what they normally do. This health is going to be fucking annoying to get rid of. Gaines and Henry, Texas hometown visit video. Oh my god. Gym Breakers is like a show 6 team format. Oh my goodness. Helios. Uh-oh. Monka S. Helios, he's fighting back. Yeah, the issue is you can never catch because he'll just throw in the middle. And now he just wins off that catch. So, waiting turns, good thing. Because that just flipped that. That was his day 2 for free, and he lost it. Now he's going to have to play again. Game's actually been really good at updating lately. Yeah. Game's actually been really consistent at updating. Surely they give us a move update this weekend? Oh, God. I'd hope so. I would hope it would be a different tournament. Because I feel like this meta is pretty well explored, and playing it a second time, it might get a little old. Oh, that's a fair point for Reed. He says we'll have had a new move update and new mons by then, so it'll be different. That's a fair point. Maybe they'll know how to fucking ban shadows at that point. Surely. Surely. Surely they'll have figured out how to ban shadows. Just kill Parabolic, Smackdown, Mud Slap, and probably Bullet Punch. Just those 4, just kill them. Gone. Then I'd be pretty happy. Rock Tomb can stay. Rock Tomb can stay. Rock Tomb can stay. Me and Rock Tomb have no beef. No beef. Yeah, because if you're nerfing stuff that checks the Dene, you have to nerf the Dene. Give Rangaroo Night Slash. We are going to fight this man. Want easy content move updates could now arguably be specifically relevant to the... Yeah, that makes sense. I love the Oranguru mirror because the fact that the second swing doesn't KO is incredibly, incredibly nice. Because then you always just get a free switch out. Although Helios doesn't have a water behind it. It's usually a Rangaroo with a water pivot out. Yeah, like he just goes Dugong. And he responds with Matang. So he did wait. This will set up... I think it's Rune into turret endgame. I wish they highlighted shit. That'd be kind of nice. It is Rune into turret, okay. Because normally you can refer to the fucking side and know what it is, but you can't. Someone tell them to change that before day 2. Like, I don't know of anyone who thinks that the power level is at an appropriate level. So, like, taking a hatchet to a lot of things would be welcomed. Is clock up yet? It is. Oh, that's really good for Bruno. Like, being up energy, like, this is Bruno's game to lose, 100%. Helios has to pivot in, but he's going to be so far behind. The free one! That's such a consequential free one, and you're going to find out why momentarily. 2 in the move? Surely that free one didn't set him up to do another 2 in the move. Oh my goodness. Bruno! I want no chance debuffs. I hate chance debuffs. I want no chance debuffs. Please and thank you. All right, day 2, Bruno. Congratulations. Like, I get that they're a part of Pokemon, but I don't like them. All right, time to eat some more food. Let's go. All right. Let's take a look at this bracket. So Hardjeff lost to a deep con right here. And then Hardjeff, big losers run. Lost to Adib again. Adib, the Hardjeff Slayer. And then Adib knocked out Drico to make day 2. Marto. Who else was in this bracket? And then Emilio knocks out Steps. Pato knocked out Gandok. And Gandok still made day 2. ZZ didn't show up. He said he was sick. But it was Chris beat Vero. So Chris makes day 2 even after Hungry Wolfpack beat him. Pocket beat DHC United. Ooh. Jaco beats Memi but loses to DHC. So no day 2 for Jaco, but DHC does day 2. That does mean a Galarian Rapidash day 2. A Galarian Rapidash day 2. Do you see the man in the planet run? No. What group is he in? Dune lost to Elche. Elche beat Arrow. Arrow lost to Dune Bug. So no day 2 for Abomasnow. Nighttime Clasher beat Dilap. Sustenance Eater is out. No under the table PV poke for him. And then Dilap beats Patrick E. Albany. All right. Ooh, Swagron knocks out Corlash. That's a bit of a shock upset. Zardy beats Swagron. Damn, Corlash is out. And Andy Kobe beats Swagron. Ashton Ash, day 2 winner's side. In losers, Spartan. Colin lost to Naldo, but Colin beat Paulinho Tad, who knocked out Andre Garavello. How did Steiner do? Steiner is not competing for reasons. Oh no, nickname. Nickname lost early to Bernardo. Bernardo beat Hugo. Hugo knocks out Eomero though to make day 2. Desynced beating Richie. Richie doesn't day 2. Unseated Bernardo gotta be as bad as unseated. Yeah. Bernardo's a scary dude. My Glorious King Septile Ice 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-1. No, Palasha didn't day 2. Angelo GVH knocks out Palasha. A solid run from the person who added Aurak 86 times, LNDS Cow. I'm not familiar with them, but holy did they add Aurak a lot. Ooh, Kanan lost to Javier C. Javier C versus Andre has not played out yet. Oh, that's the matchup we're literally just talking about. Who let the Icer make? You know what, Septile? Septile. The entire reason why he did that was because I made him get on the fucking game. Yo, this is our first Glalie of the day. Septile was like, damn, why am I not day 2ing? And I was like, you gotta play fucking Go Battle League, dude. It matters. It does. People can say it doesn't. It does. Why YouTube chat gets no love? I be yapping with YouTube chat the vast majority of the time. If you don't play the game enough, like your win con, like end game win con identification gets sloppy. It does. Ooh, Glalie in the back. All right, Gary into turret. Another Zong, but not brought this time. Sep yet to not day 2 winner side when scrimmed with a drift limb. Oh, the full rollout. The full rollout. Uh-oh. Oh, the free confusion. The free confusion. Very true, Smoker, yeah. That free confusion is unfortunate. What is happening? A free confusion went through and my heart hurt. That's what happened. Oh, Gary with the cap tie. For people at this level, they should never be mistiming against rollout. Rollout is a very learnable thing. It's a very learnable thing. Ooh. Gary. This is where Celio not doing any fucking damage is a little bit unfortunate. Because, like, you're up a shield, but 2 slams don't knock out, plus the powder snows. Look at that. Pathetic. Celio's ass, I don't get it. I agree, Trent. I agree. I think Celio is dog shit. And Celio has blessed me with incredible IVs for Shadow and regular. I have the rank 1 of both. And I don't have a fucking map or anything. You try and do 3 and switch? Ooh, no switch. Because Javier's actually forced to throw. Yeah, and he just has the blaze. Oh, he actually goes swing. I wish we had Swiss. Everyone wishes we had Swiss. And he doesn't get there. Like, Glalie is a zeros demon. Glalie is a zeros demon. I think when it's not in the zeros, it really struggles. But, like, zeros is, like, if you're going to use Glalie, you have to try and put it in the zeros. The people advanced into day 2 with 4 games won don't want Swiss. All right. Yeah, you use provided devices. Yeah, it's all provided devices. How does first round work? Yeah, they stagger it. So that way, like, some people will get like a 2 p.m. call time. There has, yeah. Okay. Not what Javier's wanted to see. God, he really disrespected Gary with this line. He really disrespected Gary with this line. He goes Celio. The only thing Celio can really do is be fat. So I think he's just bringing it in and double no shielding. I think that's pretty much the only thing he can really do. It's just double no shield to seal. Because Gary energy is good enough into everything else. Yep. And that's pretty much why you play Celio. Is it's just a fat motherfucker. And he just has to let this go. And you, yep, and you just repivot. Oh, baby. Ooh, unfortunate timing there. I was expecting a crunch debuff. We've had a shitload of crunch debuffs today. We've had an insane amount of crunch debuffs. Yeah, and that's just mission accomplished, basically, for Gyarados. Oh, that's a surprising shield. Yeah. Like, I know there isn't really fast move pressure, but shielding one and letting the second go also doesn't mean you have fast move pressure. Okay. For Ava, this is obviously heavy neutral damage. Turt should hang on, but the question is, by how much? Not by a lot. Oh, the patience, but it doesn't matter. He gets sniped down by the Celio. In comes the Bronzong. Can Bronzong get the farmed? Did Glalie have a shield? Why did he throw his Psy Shock? Did Glalie have a shield? Huh? He just had a side shock that would have KO'd. What? Huh? Very confused. Okay, back to the bracket. Stud Muffins. Ooh, Areo lost to Bruno. Areo, where's Areo? Is Areo out? Where the fuck is Areo? Oh, Areo's out. Holy shit. Bruno knocks out Helios. Ooh, David versus Decupe. Oh my god, man in the planet. What the fuck? It wasn't even cap, chat. It wasn't even cap. He just strictly outpaced. A lot of no-shows out of Group P, huh? David versus Decupe will be an interesting one. Actions Day 2 winner side, yeah. Let me figure out what group Septile was in so I can figure out who he's going to play against. Sep was Group M. Group M is against Group C. Who the fuck won out of Group C? Sep Pato? Oh, fucking hell. Fucking hell. Round 1 tomorrow? Fuck off, man. Sep having Palasha then Pato back to back is ridiculous. Hey! Hey! He took down Palasha. It's doable. Winner of Pato, Sep plays the winner of Pocket Bernardo. That's actually the most cooked half of the bracket ever. Right here. This trio of 4 is so bad. Oh my fucking god. Pocket, Bernardo, Sep, and Pato, all right here is just gross, bro. That's just gross. I can confirm that I do help strategize people's matchups before day 2. That is something that I do. Fucking hell. Oh, David versus Decupe. Holy shit. The man who is like popping off about Togetic is going to be jumping up and down. All right, I'm going to eat some food quickly. I'm almost done with this burrito bowl. Let's go. We did it. 2 hours later, the burrito bowl has been eaten. This is not Open Grade League now. It is from the Championship Series meta that is currently running in Go Battle League. A conquest of the burrito bowl is what I stayed here for. Let's go. It took 2 hours, but we got there. Yo, Dugong and a Dugong. What's in back? Ooh, Dueling Gurus, a Rune, and a Turret. So very neutral. Very, very neutral. Norwegian says Togetic, Turtonator, Dugong wins all possible matchups. You would have led into a Dugong, buddy. You would have led into a Dugong. Burrito Bowl did not make day 2. Yes. Yo, congratulations, Quick Raw, to you and your family. That's amazing, man. It's David winning cap. Interesting. You can run a bit of attack on Dugong to neutralize the Slayers because the Slayers sell out for defense. So by getting a bit of extra attack, you can actually neutralize the Slayers and then make it a neutral matchup that you would actually win by virtue of charge attack priority. We went for Icy. Locking in an Icy here is weird from Decoupe. The HP, yeah. Hurt time. This arguably, like, I would always prefer to be the Oranguru in the Rune matchup. So this works out pretty, like, this is a decent trade for David. And Oranguru does no fucking damage to Turt, so Turt just never has to shield. And Decoupe is now on the 3 cycle, 1 into the 3 cycle. So, oh, he's actually investing in the turret, so he can do 1 and the swing. Oh, he's double shielding the turret. Either that or he miscounted. Yeah, he wins. I think he miscounted. I think he miscounted. He has the undertap here. Yeah, I was watching someone streaming and they queued into Lyle. They were streaming on my faction server. And yeah, he future sighted. Future sight into Dugong does like 2 damage. It did nothing. The annoying thing is they're able to throw 2 and that burns the clock because that's charge moves 3 and 4. And so Decoupe will be able to switch out. Which is unfortunate. Ooh, the under tap. That helps get the clocks a little bit more in sync. Ooh. Yeah, that cost him. David takes game 1. With are you talking about Oranguru into the Runerigus? His switch out was a bit odd. But Oranguru Rune is actually really IV dependent. We have seen Orangarus win that today. So it is really IV dependent. Yeah. There was a game earlier, it was Elche versus Dune where Dune as the Oranguru won that cap tie. Nah, it's a super small edge. It's a super small edge, Tiger. We have seen it be won by both sides today. Yeah, that switch out, I think he just miscounted. And thought David had the move, but he just didn't. Okay. Oranguru into Turt. Yeah, Guru is really fat. Guru is thick as hell. Yo, the Togetic's in the back. Surely Togetic man is popping the fuck off. I mean, just from difficulty of acquisition, I think Rune is more likely. Oh, sorry. What you're saying is agreeing with me. Never mind. Yeah. Rune is less likely to be high stat product because of the difficulty of obtaining Runerigus. Okay. I mean, Decoupe should win because Rune should just win endgame. Rune should just win endgame. Wow, the ancient power did 2 fucking damage. All right, buddy. All right, Norwegian. All right, Norwegian. That was the most ass damage I've seen in my entire life. That's what we were hyped about for hours in chat. For hours. Oh my god, bro. You need to look at Togetic. For that? For that. Come on, dog. There's no fucking way that's what we were yapping about. Oh my god, bro. That did like a third of Dugong's health. There's no way, man. There's no fucking way. Oh my lord. Oh, he just can't escape. Yo, Emmy with the tier 1. Thank you for supporting the channel. Appreciate you. Yo, this shit is not spraying. There we go. Thank goodness. Kayshawn, there's been a man in my chat for hours saying Togetic is the best mon in the fucking meta. Hours. And I was like, you know what? Fairs. I haven't played it. And he's like, bro, Ancient Power destroys Dugong. It beats everything. It finally gets on stream. And Ancient Power did like 30% to a Dugong. There's no fucking way, dog. I put up with it because I was like, fine, I'll let him live his life. The Togetic was not debuffed. It was pre-debuff. It farmed something down and had an insane amount of energy. Oh my lord. Yeah, I would run Kiss before I ran this shit, man. Holy fuck. Yo, AJ with the tier 1, much appreciated. And I laugh like, dude, it's been 50% of comments in the YouTube chat. Oh my lord. 50%. Norwegian fishing, Norwegian fishing, Norwegian fishing. Holy fuck, brother. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but holy fuck, brother. David, no! Wait, Decoupe has nothing that beats this Pokemon. He lets it go. Ooh, he drill runs. Ooh, that's big damage. This is, even with getting this damage, this is still a really fucking hard game for David. Oh no! I mean, nothing wants to take this gong energy, right? No, no, no. Nothing wants to take the gong energy. He brings in the useless Mon. He brings in the useless Mon to sack it because Rune is the thing that's going to do things. Yeah. He brings in the useless Mon to just throw it away. Wow, look at that. Togetic did 0 things in this game. Togetic is like Halliburton on the U.S. men's gold medal Olympic winning basketball team. Just sat there, didn't do shit. Didn't do shit. Never moved. But yeah, David knows. It's just fucked. Yeah, like it's definitely an over game because he ran his Omega fuck you Matang line and a shocking turn of events. Matang got RPS'd. Yeah. A shocking, shocking turn of events. Like, I feel bad, but like, hey, Kit Kat. I played and I won last week. I played and I won last week. I did actually play. They threw my ass in Ultra League. That's unfortunate for David. When Togetic wins it, dude, it's not. Come on, man. Even, well, Laser, Halliburton himself said that. Halliburton himself said that. I'm not casting aspersions upon Halliburton that he didn't cast upon himself. Is that everyone? I think that's everyone. We might have the same amount of Rapidash as Togetic in day 2, man. I really think we might have the same amount of Rapidash as Togetic. If that tells you the degrees of which we're cooking here. Ed. Count again? I'm going through all the matches. That's all of them. That's all of them. I don't think there's any more. I don't think there's any more. I think we are all out of matches, folks. Desynced has Togetic. I am unmoved. Desynced ran an Ursa ring to day 2 one tournament. He ran an OGL Ursa ring to day 2. I'm unmoved. Oh, let's look at it. Basti Stud Muffins, Nighttime Ash and Ash. Ash and Ash, like, I feel like that's the stronger pair there. This is the fucking quad of death. Marto Stone, Zardy Naldo, Wolfpack Axton, Elche Desynced. That middle quadrant right here, second, Pato Septile into Pocket Bernardo is fucking death. It's death. So we do end on Sunday. So today we played to top 32. Tomorrow is top 32 to top 3. And then winners finals, losers finals, grand finals are all Sunday. We did it. We're free. We're free. With the amount of times I have been asked today to make a Togetic video, It's been like 70 times, man. If you had said it once, I would have been like, huh, that's a fun suggestion. Now, out of spite, I don't want to make it because I don't want people to think this type of shit works. So I'm not going to make it. Axon did day 2, Ray, yes. I would believe it. Yo, what's up, Josh? I would believe in Amolga 100 times before I believed in, yeah. I would believe in it 100 times. All right. Twitch drops. Holy 5-hour stream, Batman. All right. Who the fuck is live right now? Temez has been live for 2 hours. What about Elo? Elo has been live. Fuck. It looks like everyone's been live for 2 hours. Has Sparkle? Oh, Sparkle. Oh, we're just going to raid Sparkle. Easy. Okay. Raid Mystic Sparkle 2-4. Perfect. We did it. What do I have to donate to have Henry delete all his Togetic? Yo, what's up, roast beef? Oh my god. I would love nothing more. I would love nothing more. All right, thanks for hanging out, guys. We're gonna go raid out, and I'm gonna go not watch GBL anymore. Holy fuck, I'm tired. What? We did it. We did it. Day 1. All right. Appreciate y'all. We'll be back here tomorrow. I'll start at around similar time, like noon Eastern, similar-ish time tomorrow. So, I'll see you later. Bye.